Good afternoon and welcome to the January 26th recessed meeting of the Arlington County Board. We have Vice Chair Katie Crystal, Member Christian Dorsey, Member Libby Garvey, and Member Takis Tarantonis. I'm Chair Matt DeFranti. We will begin this afternoon with reports from board members and the county manager, and I actually will start those reports. Madam Clerk, I believe you may have a very short 4-slide presentation that I just would like to run through, if that's okay. I want to talk first. There may be a few of you, just a few who are tuned in this afternoon, aware that vaccine distribution is, of course, continues to be a big priority and really our main focus in a lot of ways, even as we try to cover other topics as well. So I will just describe a couple of steps we've been taking. Just so you know, there is a website you can visit with frequently asked questions on vaccination that I highly recommend to you, because each person's concerns are different and we all are eager to have more supply of vaccines. So just highly recommend. You see the URL there, arlingtonva.us/COVID-19/vaccination FAQs. So highly recommend that to you. And the manager will be talking a little bit more about COVID vaccination in a little bit. So we'll go to the next slide, and I'll just describe there's been numerous efforts to try and address hunger, and glad to see that our new president has increased the amount of allowable for the maximum amount in terms of SNAP. But here you just see a couple of efforts, and really we have to credit our whole community has stepped up. We see the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization has launched a partnership with La Cocina to help address hunger. The two pictures there, the bottom one is really of our PTAs, which have done so much to try and address hunger. And then the other one is me masked up, looking a little bit like a snowman with a big coat, passing out some food near Campbell Elementary. So we'll go to the next slide. This will be a continuing priority, addressing food insecurity and hunger. If you need assistance, I'll just repeat, you don't have to go back, Madam Clerk, but 703-228-1300 if you need assistance on hunger. Another bit of good news from the new administration is that the Center for Disease Control and Prevention extended the eviction moratorium until at least March 31st, which is a big step. This board has made it a big priority to try to help folks prevent, and we must prevent evictions so that people can stay in their homes and work through this pandemic. So there is a URL there. If you have challenges, you can go to that website link, arlingtonva.us/eviction-prevention. So that's another piece that we're continuing to work on. And we'll go to the next slide, which I believe is the last. I just want to share with you that the board, we are continuing our ongoing work to address missing middle and to think through the policy issues involved. So there's a listening tour that we're doing over the coming days. First of them is tonight. I believe tomorrow night, Mr. Tarantonis is going to be attending. They're done by zip codes. We encourage you to attend. If you want to learn more, go to housing.arlingtonva.us/events. So that will do it for my report. We have a number of other board member reports, and I believe, if I am not mistaken, that the first of those, just 1 minute, the first of those, I believe, is staying close to the subject of vaccinations, and is Ms. Crystal on the Complete Vaccination Committee. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have a couple of slides prepared by our staff team staffing the Complete Vaccination Committee. We had the opportunity to mention this briefly in our organizational meeting, but one of the top questions, not the top is always when will I get my vaccine? And so we encourage people to visit the links Mr. DeFerenti described, but below that is almost always the question, how is Arlington going to reach out to those who are more vulnerable, perhaps more hesitant about getting the vaccine, part of our communities who don't check the website or receive county emails or even feel confident calling a phone number for more information? And the answer to that is our Complete Vaccination Committee. If we could scroll to the next slide, please. Which is led by Wanda Pierce and Alyssa Ortiz, two names that will be familiar to those who were involved in our community's Complete Count Committee efforts, which is to say the group of folks who led in the outreach to our community to get a complete count of Arlington in the 2020 census. And so Juan and Elisa are back leading a very similar group of people for their ability to reach out to more vulnerable or often overlooked members of our community. They are joined now by Nancy White, who leads the Arlington Free Clinic and of course is a trusted leader among our low-income community members, our uninsured and underinsured, as a healthcare expert. And I have the pleasure of liaising with the group on behalf of the county board, along with Dr. Barbara Cannon of the Arlington Public Schools. Moving on. Just a couple of names, or excuse me, a couple of seconds on this slide to just really show the full breadth of our community represented. These include civic association presidents and longtime residents and newer residents, renters and owners, those who are faith leaders, realtors, and above all, those who have outreach, whether that's literal language skills or just deep familiarity with those who may be skeptical of the vaccine or skeptical of government efforts. Moving on. Most importantly, the Complete Vaccination Committee is working on public education. We are drawing on what we know about who is most skeptical of vaccines, including some pretty extensive research done by the Pew Charitable Trust just a few weeks ago, giving us insight into different demographic breakdowns and attitudes towards the vaccine and helping us focus in our efforts about where we need to reach geographically in our community, as well as who we need to reach with information about the vaccine. Above all, we're trying to provide opportunities for people to get information and ask questions about the vaccine. Is it safe? Who was it tested on? Who's getting it first? Who's getting it next? Is the information they've received from elsewhere in their community reliable? It's all about identifying trusted partners and facilitating those connections. When our vaccines are more widely available, and I know we are all desperately eager for that day, this will be about encouraging people to get the vaccine. And of course, for our members of our Complete Vaccination Committee to be role models in showing their intent and ultimately their taking of the vaccine and their why. And I think our next slide is our concluding one. This is our penultimate one. The most important thing to note is that we are trying to reach everyone, people who probably will get vaccinated, people who definitely want to get vaccinated and are just waiting, those who are hesitant and maybe have concerns, and those who think they will not get vaccinated. We'd like to reach them and to be able to provide information, even if the message is certainly not one of forcing or insistence. And now our final slide. Here's how you can learn more. If the Complete Vaccination Committee sounds like something you are interested in being a part of, if you think that you can help play a role in reaching out to our vulnerable community members, please become a partner to the Complete Vaccination Committee. Online, you can find a toolkit that has information, flyers, and other tools for those who are out communicating in Arlington. You can go to arlingtonva.us and search Complete Vaccination Committee to land on the dedicated webpage. I'll look forward to posting or bringing forward some updates as the CVC continues to work in the coming months. Certainly we will be going through vaccination for a number of months to come, as we all know. And so I think this gives us quite a few weeks ahead to do this outreach, to have these conversations, and to report back on how it's going. So thanks again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Crystal. I really appreciate it. It's Complete Census Committee worked very well, and this is a very logical and great step forward. Mr. Dorsey, I want to turn to you. I know that I have done a little detour here. I know you might have a proclamation with respect to Dr. Alfred Taylor, and then maybe after that, I know you also have a report that you wanted to share with all of us on dialogues on race and equities. Mr. Dorsey.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. It's my distinct pleasure this afternoon to recognize the service of one Dr. Alfred O. Taylor, Jr. to not quite an advisory body, but working on behalf of the Arlington County Board as a commissioner on the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center. Dr. Taylor, in the month of December, concluded 12 years of uninterrupted service as one of Arlington's commissioners to that body. And it's appropriate to commemorate such a long but successful tenure on that commission. Now, Dr. Taylor is known to all of us as a legend who walks among us in Arlington. Among his many roles, longtime president of the Green Valley Civic Association. He's also an author and historian who's been able to surface for all of us stories from Green Valley that are not told from our mainstream texts. And also he served his local community as a substitute teacher at Drew Model School. He is a noted fixture in the church community at Macedonia Baptist Church. He's also been president of the NAACP here in Arlington. But what we are particularly noting today is his service to the Northern Virginia Juvenile Detention Center. And aside from me describing his service, I think it's best left to those who served with them. So if we can go to the next slide. I'll begin with a testimonial from the executive director, Janitha McNair, who we've all gotten to know over these last few months, where she writes that Dr. Taylor has been a guiding light for this facility and its impact on children and families in our communities. Dr. Taylor has promoted and spearheaded positive change in this facility with a focus on strengthening education, skill building, and work opportunities, as well as developing a trauma-informed approach to more effectively treat the needs of children we serve. And while his presence on the commission will be missed, his legacy will continue to improve the lives of children and families. High praise indeed from Ms. McNair, and I'll offer another testimonial from Earl Conklin, the Director of Court Services, who says that Dr. Taylor's commitment was evident when he led the selection process to obtain an executive director capable of delivering these types of services. Dr. Taylor worked to ensure the center was operated in a manner that reflected the values of Arlington County, especially around educational services to youth. Dr. Taylor has been a strong advocate with those in the county and the larger community to ensure that the center has the resources it needs to properly serve the youth in its care. And so they have said it well. All I can add is our sincerest thanks. Thanks from the entire county board. If we can move to the next slide. Sorry, colleagues, the only screenshot I could grab with the 5 of us is from September, a completely different circumstance. But we all join in thanking Dr. Taylor for his steadfast and effective service as a commissioner to the Northern Virginia JDC. And we recognize that with the help of Dr. Taylor's leadership, the center has become a true model in providing therapeutic services for the children and families with whom their care is entrusted. And Dr. Taylor really shines bright as an example of true servant leadership, and he's an example for all in our community. So we thank Dr. Taylor, we commemorate his service, and look forward to his next chapter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. This is a particularly tough one because all of us know and revere Dr. Taylor. And so I'll just say that much. Sitting and learning his life story was an extraordinary gift. And if colleagues want to say something, despite my sort of hope to, this is Dr. Taylor. So if anyone wants to say anything, feel free to. I think, Mr. Dorsey, you said it very well.
I'll just really quickly, I think when the term pillar of a community that is Dr. Taylor. He's amazing. And I got to see him. I think a lot of us know him for different things and not everything he does. And I remember how surprised I was when I went to pick up my grandson at Drew at model school. And there he was, you know, kidding with him and kind of mentoring him along with all of the other kids. He's just a wonderful human being. And it's just, we're so privileged to have him with us here in Arlington. So I won't belabor it, but it's just great. Thank you. I'm glad we could give him this award, this, you know, recognition. Long deserved.
Sure, Mr. Carantonis, then Ms. Crystal. Go ahead, Mr. Carantonis. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was mute. I can not say that. I mean, I really align with the characterization of Mr. Dorsey that Dr. Taylor is a walking legend among us, indeed. But I want to really focus on the specific task that Dr. Taylor had with the Juvenile Detention Center. And I count myself as those who approach the entire concept of the Juvenile Detention Center with a fair amount of skepticism, knowing how, you know, how these kind of institutions work or don't. And I cannot say enough about how right Mr. Conklin is in his characterization of the role of Dr. Taylor in picking the current executive director, Mrs. McNair. And I visited the center, and I could see with my own eyes the difference that this makes. I have absolutely no doubt that this can be traced back to the leadership and guidance and even spiritual guidance that Dr. Taylor gave to the people who work there and with the youth that is detained there. So yes, thanks are in order. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Crystal.
On a very similar point, I think anyone who's gone through, especially in a volunteer role on a board, an executive search knows it is the first, last, and most important thing that you do. And so for Dr. Taylor to have the vision about how we want this juvenile detention center to evolve, it's statutorily required that we do have somewhere that the JDR judges can sentence youth individuals, although I think we are all as a community, and our results show that, working towards alternative to detention. But the fact that Dr. Taylor had that vision about what such a center should look like and was able to lead, it's the board in finding an executive who could lead and make that so in the face of some real challenges, speaks volumes to his ability to set a vision that has evolved over time and yet has always kept young people at the center. That's something I admire deeply about Dr. Taylor, and that he was able to lead his colleagues in such an enduring legacy in finding a strong appointed leader for the entity. So, I mean, I think we are all just tremendously grateful to him for his leadership in a variety of capacity, and this one in particular is worthy of shining a light. So thank you for the opportunity to do as much.
Thank you, colleagues. I think everyone said it well. We will go to now that everyone has said, we will go back to you, Mr. Dorsey, for a report on dialogues on race and equity, if you would. Go ahead.
All right, thank you again, Mr. Chair. And before I introduce Ms. Mia Bird to further delve into this topic, just wanted to give some comments in framing it. Throughout the fall of 2020, Arlington County worked with Challenging Racism to implement a series of important activities in furtherance of our own board-adopted equity resolution from 2019. This work, which is under the umbrella of dialogues on race and equity, included recruitment of partners to both host facilitated dialogues for their members and also to become trained to facilitate dialogues on their own. It also included a survey instrument that was disseminated broadly to our community to elicit perspectives on race and equity. Now, many readily embraced this work, informed by their own longstanding beliefs that attention to race and equity have been deferred for too long. And others, whose perspectives were broadened or in some cases ignited by the spring and summer 2020 protests and demonstrations under the umbrella of Black Lives Matter. Yet there are others in this community, and I've heard from them, and perhaps you have as well, who question this work and whether or not it's really necessary in Arlington. Now, I understand that without the lived experiences, systemic racism may not be intuitive. So I'll describe an event right here in Arlington that illustrates it. On December 21st, 2020, Mr. Marlon Crutchfield was questioned by Arlington County Police in response to a report, of suspicious behavior in the Foxcroft Heights neighborhood. By all accounts, Mr. Crutchfield's behavior was reported as being in the neighborhood with a camera while possibly taking pictures of a military installation. Mr. Crutchfield, it must be noted, is also African American. None of these observable dimensions to this event constitutes any violations of our local laws or ordinances. And even if true, though Mr. Crutchfield disputes it, taking pictures of the entrance to a military installation may in fact be permitted. In any event, from Mr. Crutchfield's vantage point, there are images of Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall readily available online. So when you reduce the details to the essence, you have a black man with a camera in a public place who may or may not have been taking pictures of a publicized place. Is that enough information to engage the police? I'll ask you, can you imagine the mix of frustration, indignation, and fear you would feel if confronted by law enforcement for doing normal, law-abiding activities? And even if the complainant had no racial animus, and even though the police who engaged with Mr. Crutchfield was professional, the impact of the event is you have an African American traumatized by an unnecessary interaction with police. This cannot be minimized, and it cannot be allowed to continue. Now, as I noted in my remarks at our organizational meeting this year, Arlington County government must reform our systems to ensure that actual criminal and suspicious behaviors generate a law enforcement response. Yet the work does not end there. As this incident demonstrates, we have to get members of our community to address what strikes them as suspicious and to appreciate the impact that that will have when that's directed at a person of color. And that's why the work that Ms. Bird is about to present is vital in dismantling systemic racism. There is no government policy that generated the complaint against Mr. Crutchfield. And there's no government policy that would have prevented the call from being made in the first place. It was instead an individual who saw Mr. Crutchfield as a threat. Our dialogues on race and equity are designed to expose what drives that fear and to hopefully have there be understanding that it can have a lasting impact on the person whose normal everyday actions are subject to questioning. It is not tenable to assert that a lack of malintent exists in excusing the very real traumatic impact people of color experienced when we are policed for just living our lives. So, to present the findings of this activity on dialogues in race and equity, I'll now turn it over to Samia Bird.
Thank you, Board Member Dorsey, for the introduction and for underscoring the necessity and value of normalizing these conversations on race and equity, and for being able to be in dialogue with one another so that we can share these perspectives and experiences and better understand where we all are on this journey. So good afternoon, board members. It's my pleasure to be before you today to provide with Ms. Alicia Jones-McLeod, Executive Director of Challenging Racism, a report on our dialogues on race and equity. And as Board Member Dorsey said, The dialogues on race and equity were launched in October of this year, including an assessment as well as a series of conversations on race and racism facilitated by Challenging Racism. And that work of normalizing, which I've talked about a lot, normalizing conversations directly ties to the board's equity resolution, as Mr. Dorsey mentioned. And I just want to point out that in that resolution, there were a couple of things that we talked about that speaks directly to this work and why we're doing it. And it was to be able to establish a vocabulary that would ground Arlington County government and the community in a shared understanding of the term equity and related terminology, and also continuing the dialogue about race and equity, having conversations, engagement, and education needed to share information about disparities. So the DRE is what we consider an endeavor to begin that work. And so I'm going to start to share this presentation for you. So that and so between October and December of this year, we had 6 community conversations on DRE, and then we had 4 DRE Together partner trainings and a 31-question DRE assessment, as Mr. Dorsey said. And that really was to gauge perspectives and experiences about race and racism as an individual within the community, and then interaction and engagement with the county. And so to share more about the outcomes of that work and what we heard and what we learned, I would like to turn the presentation over to our partner, Alicia Jones-McLeod, from Challenging Racism, who will be able to share more in detail what we heard in each of these areas.
Thank you, Samia. So I'm Alicia Jones-McLeod. I'm the Executive Director of Challenging Racism. I have been on board at Challenging Racism since May of 2020. So as you can see, we have hit the ground running with this partnership with the county and really wanting to do the good work that is intended by the work from the board and the county. The mission of Challenging Racism is to empower and inspire people to disrupt racism one compassionate conversation at a time. And we do that by leading professionally facilitated conversations for communities, organizations, and businesses. The program with Arlington County was conceived as a way to on-ramp these conversations. We cover topics like the invisibility of privilege and how bias can negatively affect your life and the lives of those you encounter. We designed this program to give common language, common understanding, and start cross-cultural conversations in the community. So we can start by now discussing our DRE in our community section. Next slide. So DRE in our community, this is a summary of our outreach there. These conversations were professionally facilitated by Challenging Racism, and we ended up having 153 Arlington residents participate in these conversations. We also had a session on November 14th, which offered simultaneous Spanish translation and Spanish facilitators for the session. Next slide. You can see the session overview on the slide. These were 2-hour sessions, and we held them on 6 separate occasions, various days and various times. Though we had 153 attendees, we had 301 people register. This is important because everyone that registered was able to receive the participant guide for the session, which includes some of the definitions as well as the guidelines for the discussion. And after the session, they received an email with a list of resources for further study on these issues. Also, as part of the session, we asked for attendees to share individual commitments and suggestions for the county manager and the county board. We will share the top suggestions later in the presentation. The training was done in 2 separate sections. The first was a discussion on privilege, and the second was a discussion on bias. Next slide. We also did DRE partner trainings. So the DRE partner trainings was a little different. They were to train leaders in the community on how to do the community sessions. So the DRE Together partner trainings shows that we had a total of 62 attendees and 64 partners. The partner organizations are listed on the county website if you'd like to see them. Next slide. These sessions were slightly longer, at 3 hours rather than 2 hours. And we held 4 separate trainings. The training was done in 3 sections. part one was really preparing for the conversation. We talked about power dynamics within our organization and preparing for some community hot button issues. Part two discussed the overview of the public conversations. We went through the entire curriculum for a discussion on privilege and bias, showing the participants points in the program that were necessary to emphasize. For instance, the invisibility of privilege, which the program builds from in the beginning. Part three was dealt with facilitation techniques and deep listening. We also covered the importance of remaining impartial in these discussions and creating a safe space for attendees. Next slide. So from these sessions, 153 participants were able to give us recommendations for the county. The first, the recommendations for the county board and the county manager are listed on the slide. There are 4 sections that we're going to discuss, and these are the top issues that came from the participants' feedback. The first issue is concerns with the Arlington Way. This came up at each session and is sarcastically used to speak to a system which lacks transparency and a process for public input, while falsely appearing to be exactly the opposite. The issue was said to lead to a lack of diversity in leadership and membership in county agencies and commissions, as well as to discourage public input into the process. The second thing that came up regularly in the sessions was education and school redistricting. The issue came up with a lack of transparency and access to programs, from the gifted programs to the IB and AP programs in APS. The program's lack of diversity also caused students of color to feel othered and not included. Another issue was the lack of financial and human resources for supplemental programs, whether those programs be through PTA or other sources. So that was really an issue that people brought up again and again. The third issue was housing. So lack of middle housing and affordable housing and exclusionary single-family zoning came up at each of the sessions. This lack of opportunity for people to subdivide and add on to their properties in predominantly Black and Brown areas was discussed frequently. The last section was the language barriers. They came up specifically on the November 14th session, but they were mentioned in other areas. The attendees noted that there was an issue with lack of translation of documents and othering in meetings where they were not included in the general conversation. They also talked about how they were discriminated against in various ways throughout public conversation and public interaction. Next slide. We're now going to focus on the assessment, the data and the findings from the assessment that we did, online assessment, through which opened October 12th and ended on December 31st, 2020. The focus of the assessment was to gather information from Arlington residents on their experiences and perception of their community and of the county. The assessment was translated into Spanish, Mongolian, and Arabic, and we had a total of 2,824 respondents. And the assessment took place, it had 31 questions, and it covered 4 different areas. The 4 different areas that it covered are listed on the slide, but we're gonna start with the demographics. Next slide. For the demographics, we asked people to identify race and ethnicity, gender, age, housing type, and residency. So we'll go through a slide on each one of those quickly. The assessment data for race and ethnicity, you can see that it shows that 59% of the people identified as white, 12.9% identified as African American, and 8.89% identified as Hispanic. And this closely mirrors the data from the previous census for Arlington County. For the gender question, we had 60% of the respondents identify as female. And for age, we had 52% of the respondents which between 40 and 59 years old. So it did demonstrate a bell curve. For housing type and residency, we had 61% of the respondents live in single family detached homes, and 73% own their own residences. This is the section of the assessment data. So we had the assessment, which was in 4 sections. This is one of the sections, your experiences. In this section, we asked for people to share their experiences with race and racism. The questions included in each section are listed on one side of the slide, while the major themes are discussed on the other. The major themes from this first section are that over 80% of the people, of the respondents, thought it was valuable to discuss race and equity. 47% have observed or experienced negative, implicit or explicit bias against a particular group or ethnicity. And then 57% said structural racism in Arlington does exist. 12% said they were not sure, and for 12% to not be sure may be that the systems are not transparent enough, and therefore people are unaware of whether it's racism at play or other issues. The In My Community section dealt with how people felt about their community and their engagement in their community. So in the first question, almost half of the respondents, 43%, wanted more information on how to address racism in order to be more active in addressing it. The major themes in this section were that 70% responded they believe institutional racism exists, and 76% feel comfortable talking about race and racism. A recurring response for question 5, which was, I have observed or experienced acts of racism in my community. There was a comment section after that question, and a number of respondents named specifically Arlington County Public Schools and Arlington County government as places where they had either seen or experienced acts of racism. The final section is assessment data for the county. So basically how people felt as though the county was responding to race and racism issues. This is a section which covered the county logo and seal, as well as the county vision statement. Over half of the respondents stated that they've realized that Arlington has structural racism, and also agreed that Arlington is committed to racial equity. Question 5 and 6, Arlington seeks input and assistance in decision-making from communities of color, and Arlington is making progress on improving access to services for people of color. Each of those had a high, not sure ranking when people were responding. And that may be that people are not aware of how the county is reaching out to people, to these people of color or communities of color in Arlington County. But to say they're not sure about whether Arlington is making progress or seeking their input definitely brought up a question for why is that the case? We know that some things are going on, but they're not as evident. So this data was for the logo came up from the county assessment, and this information was previously reported last month in the county board meeting. So I don't want to spend too much time on it. I just wanted to share that there were 3 different categories which were reflective of what people would like to see in the new logo: natural features, abstract symbols of county values, and landmarks. I'm now going to pass it back to Samia.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Bird.
All right. Just want to close it out with a few next steps. I'm sorry that we are backtracking here a little bit. Technical malfunction. Okay. So the work of the DRE was the beginning and a foundation for us to build upon in our framework plan goals, which I've talked about before, and 2 of them listed here: normalize and organize. And for the community at large, there's one thing that's not listed on the slide that we will be making available, and that's a neighborhood toolkit, which will be able to allow people to pull that down and drill down into having conversations at the neighborhood level so we can continue to reach people with the conversations. And speaking about the partnerships, I wanted to relay that the purpose of really establishing the partnerships with nonprofits, businesses, and faith community, who we have represented in that number of 62, was really to expand the reach of the conversations beyond government and long-term ensure that the community is working together with us in developing an equity mindset. And when we get to the place of operationalizing equity, be able to use an equity lens and tools in their decision-making, as we will ours, policies, programs, procedures, and our engagement, most importantly. So we have having more than 60 partners based on what we just heard and learned Those who've completed the training in privilege and bias, we really expect will host conversations within their organizations and provide feedback to us in doing so that we can know where the community is and where we are in our efforts of normalizing. And as we speak about organizing partners, we would expand the trainings and build their capacity to expand the conversations so that the work continues to permeate and become more deeply embedded throughout the community. We will continue to provide support where needed to partners in hosting conversations and facilitate the sharing of information and resources to and among partners. And really, this is an opportunity for convening. So one of the purposes for the partners and what we will be doing moving forward is convening the partners on a regular basis to be able to identify key areas of focus and issues for the community and county for the upcoming year and identify what steps we will take within our respective roles to address those areas. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that we are working on a project with George Mason University that will be this semester, one of the classes, to help us do some one-on-one interviews, some focus groups and outreach to people of color, immigrants, and to engage further in conversations, and also community members who speak different languages to better understand the intersection of race and language, which was one of the points that Alicia made earlier in the presentation. As we move forward in our work and how we can better meet all community members where they are and make certain that they're all part of these conversations. So I've mentioned the work before us to advance race and equity is everyone's work. And part of my role is really to help people to understand their role and think through how they will do that and what that means for them, whether they're an employee, a resident, business, a visitor, or leader. And so this is really the value of having started the DRE and using this as the foundation for the work to come within the community. And so thank you for allowing us to present the results to you all. We're looking forward to the continued evolution and having more voices and conversations to be able to contribute to helping us operationalize racial equity and what comes out of these conversations. And so people can continue to follow on our equity webpage, as well as we have an email address where people can send information and comments, raceandequity@arlingtonva.us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bird and Ms. Jones-McLeod, and colleagues, open to you. Go ahead, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you so much. So thank you to Mr. Dorsey for starting us on this back in 2019. Little did we know how absolutely front and center it would be for everybody this past year. I'm so glad we can really continue moving forward. And thank you, Mr. DeFranti, obviously, for continuing this effort on equity. I assume, I guess this is for Ms. Bird, that we'll have some regular kind of report backs on how you're doing. You know, these kinds of things, I think people get excited and you get going, and then it'll kind of, people get distracted. And I think it's important to kind of keep giving repeated kind of pushes and highlighting it. So I don't know if you've got a plan for kind of reporting in regularly or what the thought is.
Yes, I will definitely be reporting in with you all regularly. One of the goals of our framework was assessment and to be able to continually assess where we are and how we're doing, and being able to do that and report that back to the board, I think is really important. One of the things that we are looking forward to doing is convening with the DRE group on either a quarterly basis or at least twice a year to be able to check in. And so we'll be able to report back when we've had those meetings. We actually have our first check-in on this Thursday. So we will be able to establish that rhythm and that time frame and then be able to report consistent with when we're meeting.
That's great. And, you know, I wonder sometimes if the response, the number of people who said they're not sure, is actually as a result of everything that's happened this past year and the work we're doing. And the people, a lot of people who haven't sort of paid attention or seen things are starting to see them and realizing there's maybe a whole lot out there they have been unaware of. So I see that very much as a positive step, actually. And thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for the setup with the incident that you described. That was really helpful, I think. Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and I agree with the description of the recent event. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also agree, Mr. Dorsey's preface introduction with this incredibly revealing event on the 21st of December that shows our soft underbelly, and that things happen in Arlington like they happen in many other places, and that we couldn't be vigilant enough. And he used 3 words: frustration, indignation, and fear. I can see them exactly happening in what happened on the 21st of December. And I want to thank Samia Bird and the entire coalition of people who set up these dialogues and will continue to do that for progress in this. I have only 2 questions that stuck with me. I was impressed that 73% of the people who responded to this relatively simple survey were homeowners. The demographics in Arlington are exactly reversed. I also was very impressed that twice as many women answered the survey than men. So how do we digest that? What is behind that? How should we interpret this?
I don't know if I suppose it's for both of you, but it's a tough question.
You don't have to. It's something that sticks with me, and it a little bit frames and conditions the way that I begin to read your results.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Go ahead, Ms. Bird.
It is a challenging question to, I think, get to, why certain people responded. Like, why did we see homeowners responding versus those in rental housing, women versus, men. I don't want to suppose, what was in someone's mind when they were responding. But it's a question worth, I think, looking at to try to understand a little bit more as we understand the demographics and the construct of Arlington and the makeup of Arlington as to, why didn't more people in rental housing respond? I don't know. Could it be, are people in rental housing, maybe are some more transient, or maybe did we not reach them in the same way that we were able to reach homeowners given the pandemic and what's going on? Is there some disparity in there, in terms of race that, maybe people who were Black and brown or didn't have an opportunity to participate were not available or at home or on their computers when we were, sending out the survey, so didn't necessarily have the opportunity to weigh in and were focused on other things. There are probably a number of different things that we can think of as to why that may be. Those are just some of the things that come to my mind immediately, but there's probably a number of things to unearth there, quite honestly.
Thank you, Ms. Bird.
I don't know, Alicia, if you had anything you wanted to add.
Thank you, Ms. Bird. And thank you for taking on language as a significant barrier and a point of discrimination, and also for focusing on the Arlington way, which I believe will give us a lot to talk about. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Jones-McLeod, or did you have anything you wanted to add, or no?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I know previously some of the outreach that the county has done in order to get input on some of the assessments and things that they've done is they've gone to actual places. And in order to do that, you needed to be like a little more COVID free. So we weren't able to do a lot of outreach in person, which we did some, but the overwhelming amount of outreach was digital. So we did we reached out to organizations, we asked for them to send out the assessment. And I do have to say that the Arlington Way, just as a comment, the Arlington Way coming up every single session. And the first time it came up, I was like, what is this Arlington Way? It sounds great. No, it's terrible. And the way that people kind of shared with us was, and with each other, because it wasn't just like we said the Arlington Way and then it kind of went away. It was like somebody said the Arlington Way and then somebody else was like, yes, amen to the Arlington Way. And another person, oh yes, the Arlington Way, we got to get rid of that. And so it was definitely something that's being discussed on a regular basis in the community. And really to bring that to light was helpful. And to put some context around what does it mean and dig a little deeper? What does it mean when you say the Arlington Way, and how do we address that? So I think you have some good, you have a good path now. at least for a couple of steps to address that and have more inclusion in the public process.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful to hear as we, think about what's both said and unsaid as we try to open up our dialogues and have more deeply inclusive dialogues. Mr. Dorsey.
I just wanted to, add the dimension that Mr. Carantonis raised about gender. I think Ms. Bird and Ms. Jones-McLeod spoke well to the challenges both with all digital engagement and some of the other underlying social conditions which may have minimized the renter response rate. From a gender perspective, at least from my experience, that was not surprising. Earlier in my career, I ran an organization that worked on race equity issues, and among the many opportunities to engage people to participate overwhelmingly year after year, time after time, circumstance after circumstance, women raise their hands to participate at levels that usually approximated somewhere around 1.5 to 2 to 1 compared to men. So we can opine on the many reasons for it, but it seems to be consistent from era to era that women seem much more willing to engage in these conversations than men do.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Crystal, or did you? We have. Sorry.
I don't know if Ms. Jones-McLeod wanted to respond on that comment. I
Go
saw
ahead.
a hand there. Maybe just to agree.
I did. I wanted to say that definitely in the race and equity world, women are definitely taking the lead. You see a lot more of them. In the conversations, it was definitely 2 or 3 to 1. We had a lot of women. Even in the partner conversations, in the partner trainings, we had a lot of organizations that were led by women or where women were represented at the conversation. So I know it is really tough to get men to engage in this conversation. I don't know what the barriers are, but figuring that out needs to be the next step, because having an equity conversation with only women is great. It's a great start, but it can't be the end. So figuring out what those barriers are, how we get more men engaged in the work. Even with challenging racism, we have a ton of not just women, but mostly white women facilitators. It is a stretch for us to get people, Black and brown people, engaged in the process. And that's due to the amount of trauma that is engaged with leading these conversations. But it's also because just on the forefront, as you saw with the results, that white women are engaged in this work in a way that, men just are not. So it was overwhelmingly not just women, but white women that came. And I think we actually did an interview that highlighted some of those numbers late last year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones-McLeod. Ms. Crystal.
I wanted to ask a variation essentially on the question, how do we know if and when our efforts are working? And to say another word about why I ask that, I mean, I think this data is striking, but perhaps not surprising to those of us who have been in conversations in our community in recent years, to say nothing of those who have lived in our community as people of color in recent years. And so I think there is a natural temptation when we see survey data that tells us how much room we have to improve, to want to adopt that as our baseline and then measure against it and see how it's going. It also strikes me that if we were to think of a sort of logic model of how, at least for county government, we're hoping to make change, the experience that people have is probably the ultimate end of that logic model, right? Along the way, there are inputs like training and culture change efforts within county government, outputs like changes in attitudes within county government and changes in policies and processes. And eventually, right, you hope that, or the goal is that will lead to experiences that are not only not disempowering for people of color, but actually affirmatively empowering and feel equitable. But that is probably going to be a little bit of the lagging indicator, the final step. And so have we given any thought to how we measure along the way? How do we not give into the temptation to say that adopting the survey baseline and conducting the survey again every year until we get it right is the only way to measure change and to show the community the progress being made?
Some of the things that I've been thinking about in terms of how do we actually measure this and the progress is, especially now that we have some partner organizations, some very probably simple things we could do is start to get some feedback from them about, have their organizations adopted, any kind of a policy or a resolution or a statement on race and equity that they want to implement, and how many are doing that? Like, where are we starting now? How many have them now? And then, is there some measure that we can see how many have adopted them since, or as they adopt them over time, so that more and more have them? How many conversations have been had, and how many people did you reach? How many people have you trained, and how many people have they trained? So that we can start to see how many of these, how far is this conversation going? Did it just stop with your organization, or did you then, implement that, train X number of people in your organization, and then they were able to have X number of conversations? So that it's more so some of those measures to understand the normalizing, if you will, and the organizing piece. Like, how have you organized within your organization, and what have some of the results been, and some of the changes you've seen? Because ultimately what's going to happen is the people that we're partnering with, they are connected to other people. They serve other people throughout Arlington. And so the goal is the more people that they touch, the more people that we touch, and more broadly spread this throughout the community. So then when we get to those higher level benchmarks, the ones that you mentioned, that, we've adopted this equity lens and we're starting to make the changes in policies, it's not just us county doing it, but it's all these organizations, all of these nonprofits, all of these businesses that we're working with, that they've done it, and they're having the impact to touch the people that make up the Arlington community more broadly. So those are some of the things that I've been thinking of in terms of ways to measure and start to track. And that's what I hope a value of the partnership is, that they can provide us that feedback and that information to know what is happening in the community and where are they seeing those changes that we can start to measure.
Ms. Jones-McLeod.
I just wanted to say that one of the things we discussed early on in this project is the level of commitment that the partners have when they do these conversations, because they have a different level of credibility than the county government saying to people, you need to really have a race and equity conversation in your community. These organizations, that is really such a key part, because having an organization that you're a part of come to you and say, listen, we want to move the needle forward. How do we do that with your help? It's such a great ask. That's hard to say, no, I don't care about that. I don't want to be a part. Everybody wants to be a part of something that they're already a part of. So how do we grow that? How do we support that is really the next step in the conversation. And the other thing that I just wanted to mention is when you talked about the county and the evolution of the county, I want to just remark that on one of the slides where we talked about the Arlington Way, is that people of color made a statement across the assessment that basically, I mean, not in the assessment, in the conversations, that they're not seeing themselves represented on county boards and commissions. They're not seeing themselves in agencies. They're not seeing themselves reflected. And it cannot just be Samia and Christian that are representing, right? It can't just be them representing the Black community. It has to be more intense and more people. And you have to really take a look at who people are seeing when they're seeing what Arlington County's representation looks like, not just on the county board level, not just on the level that Samia is on with the county manager, but also with the groups that are reaching out to the public on a regular basis and are front facing.
Well, thank you both. I really appreciate that. And Ms. Jones-McLeod, I think that is probably also very related. My big takeaway from the presentation you just gave us is that county spaces, physical or in general, are sites of where people are experiencing racism in this community. Surely that is related to not seeing people who look like them. And it is also indicative of other problems. And so while I think you all have testified so powerfully to why this requires partners, I also think we have to be really aware as leaders in county government that we as board members, right, our manager and others, that we can't let county government off the hook here. So thank you both so much.
Thank you both very much for the presentation and the comments, and took me back through recent look at the suffragist movement, which was not devoid of course, of challenge, but also of some forward progress. Really appreciate all the discussion, the mention of quantitative thoughts, quantitative measures and qualitative measures. And with respect to the Arlington Way, we get to be lucky to say that I think the board as a whole is very interested in helping with some resources so that systemically we can work to make much more inclusive our commissions. We love the input, but we need to make them more reflective of our community. So with that, we know we'll see you both, hopefully you both again, of course, Ms. Bird, but also Ms. Jones-McLeod. And any concluding comments, Ms. Bird?
Thank you for the opportunity and look forward to continue to work and be on the journey with everyone.
Thank you. We know we have more of a journey for sure to work towards systemic racial equity. So we will continue that journey. So I will go ahead, we'll go on to our next item. And Ms. Garvey, I know we have coming up the airport noise study, but I did forget just one item, which I'd like to go back. A very different context, but still, I believe, an important one, and that is we have a proclamation that I just want to share with you from the Optimist Club. It's very brief. Many of you colleagues will know that the history of the Optimist Club in Arlington is important, and nationally, the Optimist Day is an opportunity when people work to better their communities and themselves. So I have a very short proclamation, if you'll just bear with me. Whereas volunteers working with young people who are our joy of today and our hope of tomorrow are exuberant representatives of the potential for the future and dreams to come, are also unbounded in their enthusiasm to use their talent, skills, and hard work to make a difference in others' lives. And whereas members of Optimist International celebrate Optimist Day throughout the world the first Thursday of every February to promote their efforts in helping and recognizing the young people who make a difference in their communities and who will encourage a greater exchange of ideas between young people and adults. And whereas there are 2,400 Optimist clubs with more than 70,000 members throughout the world that carry out more than 6,500 service projects that serve 6 million young people a year. Whereas the Optimist Club of Arlington has been providing Arlington students with annual college scholarships and financial awards for its oratorical and essay contest winners. And whereas the Optimist Club of Arlington has been providing annual grants to help support numerous Arlington student intramural sports teams. Now, therefore, I, Matt DeFranti, Chair of the County Board of Arlington, proclaim that February 4th, 2020 will be Optimist Day in Arlington County, and may this day instill pride in our county's optimists for their accomplishments and for the impact they make in the lives of Arlington's youth. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to our Optimist Club of Arlington. Ms. Garvey, over to you for a report.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. And I must say, we've had such big issues, the pandemic, the complete vaccination committee, which is just brilliant using the structure that we had already, and then systemic racism. So I have a very short report. If those are the big boulders in our path, this is kind of the grain of sand in your shoe. Airplane noise. And of course, while our communities had some relief from airplane noise during the pandemic, the issue is still very much with us. And I just simply wanted to let people know that the Neighborhood Environmental Survey, called NES, was recently completed by the FAA. It began back in 2015. I don't know why it took them so long to release the results. The survey collected information from a statistically representative group of adult residents living around a sample of airports, 20 airports around the U.S., including ours, I believe. And they were chosen to reflect the nation as a whole, and the purpose was to quantify the relationship between aircraft noise exposure and community annoyance. So just over 10,000 people apparently completed this survey and returned it. They had a response rate of 40%, and it was administered 6 different times over a 12-month period, beginning, again, as I said, in October 2015. I'm sort of suggesting maybe the reason that they didn't release it for quite a while is that the survey showed that the more people were exposed to airplane noise, the more it bothered them, which to me feels like a well conclusion. But maybe even more importantly, it was showing that compared to past studies, the noise exposure level and the annoyance of people, and I would say it's more than annoyance, it's real upset sometimes, has gotten worse, progressively worse. So now the survey data is out there. They need to do something with it. It is posted on the FAA site, and we've got a link, I think, coming up to show you how to, there we go, to get that. And we would love for people who feel, who live and work in Arlington, who are affected by airplane noise, to please go online, check it out, and then give your reactions, because they are collecting reaction and comments from people. And this is just sort of part of our whole effort to get some real data to be able to present to the FAA and the Congress and make some progress here. I think the fact that this survey was finally released and that we've got a new administration across the river may show that we've got maybe more of an opportunity we've had in some time to actually kind of deal with this issue. And of course, we have our own study going on that we are continuing to work on. So just simply wanted to alert people that study is out there finally, and they're asking, the FAA is asking for comments. Please, if you would like to comment, please go on online and comment. And we're going to be pushing out a letter signed by myself and Mr. Carantonis, who is joining me now and working on airplane noise issues in the county. And that's to alert all the people who've contacted us. It's going to be up on our webpage, might be up already. So please weigh in if you'd like to. This is doesn't begin to be as large an issue in some ways as these others that we're dealing with, but it is a constant problem, and we're continuing to try to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, for your leadership. I've learned some from you on this issue last year, and really pleased that Mr. Carantonis and you will both be continuing. Appreciate the report. So now we will turn to regional reports, and I believe we have two reports, one from Ms. Crystal and one from Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal, I believe you had a WMATA budget update.
I do, and we have a couple of slides, or excuse me, just the one slide. I think this is a great example of how bad news travels halfway around the world before good news gets its shoes on, to butcher that old Mark Twainism. I'm still hearing from folks in our community. In fact, just one resident at Open Door Monday last night mentioned, where we're still expecting multiple station closures and 30-minute headways. We're of that doomsday budget. And so I thought it might be helpful to just take a moment and share some of the, if not good news, then better news, right, as this WMATA budget is likely taking shape. As some may know in our community, thank you largely, it sounds like, to the advocacy of Virginia Senator Mark Warner, the Congressional Relief Act included a significant amount of money for transit systems like Metro across the United States. At this point, it looks like WMATA will be set to receive about $610 million. About $95 million of that is going to be used to close the gap in this current fiscal year that we're in, and the remaining will be used to be put towards a gap in the fiscal 22 budget, which was what was prompting some of those doomsday scenarios. And so I wanted to just take this chance to give a quick update and note that at least through calendar year 2021, right now what WMATA's leadership is proposing is a very different future for rail and bus, again, through the end of calendar 2021, so the first half of fiscal 2022. So they're basically proposing that rail service comes back at 80% of pre-pandemic levels with no station closures, headways varying across peak and off-peak and weekends, but generally between 12 and 15 minutes rather than those 30-minute headways that made headlines. And proposed bus service at about 82% of pre-pandemic levels starting by July, as well as restoration of many of those late night peak and weekend hours on multiple bus lines, including quite a few that originally had been on the chopping block in Arlington. At this point, the WMATA general manager has also proposed to try to manage the impacts to local budget by foregoing the 3% increase in our subsidies, which is allowed under law. And it's also worth noting that thank you to a couple of state senators and one state delegate who happen to be members of the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, we have seen bills introduced, budget amendment bills introduced in the General Assembly that could bring further relief to the Northern Virginia localities, which it always bears repeating. In DC and Maryland, it's more that state function who foots the bill for Metro. In Northern Virginia, it is generally the localities, including Arlington. So this is helpful, I think, for us as we're all anticipating really tight budgets. We'd like to see WMATA continue to be supported, but perhaps not in such direct competition with other priorities like schools, public health, and safety net during a time of shrinking revenues and greater needs. And so that bill to bring more support from the state would potentially allow for just that. So we're following that closely, and we're grateful to Senator Ebbins, Senator Bell, and Delegate Krizik for introducing it. So just a couple of updates. The sausage making is still very much underway at WMATA. We are certainly in touch with our Virginia board members as they continue to engage in dialogue with their counterparts from the district and Maryland, and certainly with WMATA staff on a variety of different issues that are still unresolved: use of reserves, use of capital debt capacity, on items that maybe bridge capital and operating, and a variety of other issues. I certainly don't mean to imply that all is settled in the land. I think there are probably some real challenges ahead, but I did want to just take this opportunity and feature some of the ways in which at least the general manager's proposal has changed since people may have seen some of those doomsday headlines. And again, I'll end where I began, where I saying, credit generally due, especially due to one of our senators from Virginia in advocating for Metro and transit in general throughout the relief bill in December. And I see I've already got at least one hand from Mr. Dorsey, whom I suspect probably has a question sophisticated enough to stump me, but I'm happy to pause there and hear any comments or questions from colleagues.
Mr. Dorsey.
No, this is not a stump you kind of question. I'll save those for another time. But just with the proposal, are the 80% service levels? Do you know if the WMATA general manager is proposing layoffs to be concurrent with that?
That is a great question. I don't know offhand. I need to go back to the analysis we've received from the commission associated with it. I think the big question there is, obviously Metro's been operating at lower levels of service during the pandemic. And so would 80% of pre-pandemic service essentially continue where we are, or does it require further layoffs? I am not certain at this time.
Okay. Well, it's just great news, and thank you for your work through NVTC on this. $200+ million gap is not nothing, but it's certainly something that can be managed. So yeah. Thank you.
As you know well from having been at those budget tables. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey and Ms. Crystal. And I am serving on NVTC's WMATA subcommittee. And so I think your answer, of course, as chair of that full commission, Ms. Crystal, is right. I will say that at least in our subcommittee, it does not feel to me as though layoffs are the direction that the two board members indicated at the time for that gap that you asked about, Mr. Dorsey. But it is ultimately correct. Decisions have not been made. So thank you for that report, Ms. Crystal. And we will go to you, Ms. Garvey, although you have helped remind me that I need to make appointments. We need to make appointments. And so I will read a motion. There's a number of names, and at the end, we will take a vote. I move that we take the following actions with respect to specific committees. First, on the Advisory Committee on Transportation Choices, we appoint Patrick Kenny for a term ending January 31st, 2023. We reappoint Jillian Burgess for a term ending January 31st, 2023. And for the same length of time, we reappoint John Carton for a term ending at the end of that year, 2023, January 31st, 2023. For the Arlington County Employees Retirement System Board, we reappoint John Kinney for a term ending on December 31st, 2025. Reappoint Bill Ross, a term ending on December 31st, 2025. And reappoint Barbara Donnellan for a term ending on December 31st, 2025. To the Citizens Advisory Commission on Housing, we reappoint Alice Hogan for a term ending on December 31st, 2021. To the Civil Service Commission, we appoint Syed Ahmed for a term ending January 31st, 2025. To the Commission for the Arts, we reappoint Felicia Bryce McPhail for a term ending November 30th, 2023. To the Emergency Preparedness Advisory Commission, we designate Michelle Santuso and Sharon Valencia as co-chairs. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission, we appoint Lauren Harris for a term ending January 31st, 2023, and Brian Marquin, I believe that's correct pronunciation, for a term ending January 31st, 2023. We appoint J.J. Singh for a term ending January 31st, 2023. We reappoint Alexander Kumina for a term ending December 31st, 2022. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, we appoint Bill Browning for a term ending January 31st, 2024. We appoint Melody Mobley for a term ending January 31st, 2024 as well. To the Human Rights Commission, we designate Helenan Connolly, I hope that's correct, as pronunciation, Ms. Connolly, as chair. To the Neighborhood Complete Streets Commission, we appoint Elizabeth Gallagher for a term ending December 31st, 2022. To the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, we reappoint Alicia Guajardo for a term ending January 31st, 2023. To the Transportation Commission, we reappoint Chris Yari for a term ending December 31st, 2023. We reappoint Harrison Wadsworth for a term ending December 31st, 2023 as well. To the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission, C2E2, we appoint Dr. Liliana Duisha for a term ending in January 21st, 2023. To the Tenant Landlord Commission, we appoint Chris Wambush for a term ending in January 31st, 2023. To the Parks and Recreation Commission, we reappoint Cleborne Dean Foster for a term ending on January 31st, 2023. To the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board, HALRB, we reappoint Joan Lawrence, Esquire, for a term ending on January 31st, 2025. Reappoint Gerald Laporte for a term ending on December 31st, 2025. For the Information Technology Advisory Commission, we reappoint Michael Carlton for a term ending on January 31st, 2024. Those are the appointments for today. This motion does not require a second, so I'll call the roll. Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFranti votes aye, 5-0. Congratulations to each of you who's been appointed. Thank you for your service to our community, and we very much appreciate it. Now we will go to Ms. Garvey for a regional report, I believe.
Yeah, just a brief one, and thank you, Mr. DeFranti. And I will say, I think it's Brian Marroquin, because he was a student in our school system when I was on the school board, and was an interesting young man even then. So
thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I may have it wrong, but I think that's right. I'll just do a real quick report. We all sit on a variety of regional commissions and chair them from time to time. And this year I'm chairing the Region Forward Commission at Council of Government. So I just thought I'd talk briefly about that. And this is a group that looks at issues related to planning, land use, growth, and economic development. And then we added equity into the mix a couple of years ago, which is there's this whole equity theme is great, and it is regional. We meet only 4 times a year, but it's a great forum to bring people together. It brings together both the sort of technical staff folks and policy level people and electeds and nonprofits and a lot of groups to look at cross-cutting regional issues. Mr. Karantonis joins me in representing Arlington on Region Forward this year, and Mr. DeFranti, you were with me last year, which was great. And I'll just say Friday was our first meeting. We heard presentations on economic development and equity needs as we recover from the pandemic. And of course, it won't surprise any of us, the region's going to take several years to recover from the pandemic. And much of the discussion focused on equity, as we recover, making sure that everybody recovers. I was really pleased to see how much everybody seemed to be on the same page, which is kind of the one I'm on too, which is that we make sure this pandemic that's been so painful, but we've really done a lot of work with our safety net, making sure that people, they can stay in their homes, they've got food on the table, they have access to healthcare. And when that pandemic goes away, we need to build on that and strengthen that to make us a more equitable and sustainable and resilient region. And pretty much everybody was kind of in agreement, which was great. We had some nice discussion. I think the pandemic has presented us with some real challenges, but I think the region's going to be coming together to make sure that we kind of seize the opportunities the pandemic has also presented. We usually meet 4 times a year. As chair of that group, I'm sort of thinking we might add on at least one more when we can all get back together and all sit down and break bread and maybe just kind of talk a little bit about what we've all been through. I think we all have a lot to process with this pandemic. So that's one of my thoughts once we manage to get back together in person, but that's a ways away. But I'm looking forward to working with the group. And again, just thought I'd report on that a little bit. As I say, I think often our residents aren't aware of all the different regional groups that we participate in, as well as all of our local issues. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and in the case of Region Forward, the chair, Madam Chair of that group. Very much appreciated. It is a great group, and I really enjoyed serving on it. A lot of sound policy thinking. We want to go to the manager, and mindful of time, with colleagues' forgiveness, I do first just want to touch on, so that everyone's aware, we did get a brief report from our legislative liaison, and this is just briefly to make sure everyone's kind of aware, each of us in the community, of how much is happening in Richmond. It's day 14. We're 10 days from crossover, when all the bills must be approved or by one chamber or they die. So it's a very busy session. It's unusual in that it's virtual for the House and the Science Museum in Richmond for the Senate. Today's blackout was a little difficult. We have colleagues, just a big thank you, renaming Lee Highway. Ms. Crystal's testified, and that helped, at least in part, Delegate Sullivan's bill to give the county board the authority to rename Route 29, passed out of committee 13-7, so that's excellent news. I know this morning, bright and early, Mr. Carantonis, you got the glory of testifying, but on the Purple Lounge related, the legislation that Delegate Alfonso Lopez has moved forward with, and the subcommittee approved the bill 8-0 this morning. So thank you to you both. We are continuing to work, mentioned on trees. Delegate Hope is working on legislation that we've been working on a long time. And then we've some progress on the bill reducing the speed limits below 25 miles per hour, was approved by the House 93-6. We continue to work the polystyrene containers. That bill was approved by the House 58-40 and has an effective date coming up. And then the voting rights related legislation, both drop boxes and then getting rid of a signature requirement on absentee ballots, are moving forward, with the latter having passed the Senate. And so there's progress on those. I'll stop there. I'll send it to the manager unless there are questions on our legislative package. Just wanted to update. So over to Mr. Manager. I believe you have a couple of reports.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have 4 reports. I'm going to start off with a report on the nonprofit broadband feasibility study. Then we'll have a conversation a little bit about speeding zones. I'm going to also update the community on the logo review panel, and then I'll have a brief update on some things related to the vaccine. So you all may remember, and I think it was back in October, the New Urbana Institute, which is a Virginia nonprofit, received a grant from the county. And the purpose of that grant was to study the feasibility and costs associated with constructing and operating a nonprofit broadband internet network serving multifamily apartment buildings with committed affordable units. And the feasibility study has been completed. Holly Hartel from DTS and Mike Haluski are here. And we're also joined by some individuals, Mike Costello, who's the president of New Urbana, Kelly Dunn, who is with Novation Enterprises, Jack Dudek and John Dolmetsch, who have shown their commitment to broadband approaches for nonprofits, and have also shown their commitment to democracy by being on this meeting for the first 90 minutes. So I'm going to turn it over to Holly and Mike for the presentation. Ms. Hartel?
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and board members. We appreciate the opportunity to present the feasibility finding results. I'm going to give me a second and I will share my screen. Great. So I'm going to take the first half of the presentation, and then Mike Haluski will take the second half of the presentation. Just to remind everybody, as Mark had mentioned, so New Urbana, they're a nonprofit entity based in Virginia, and we awarded the grant to them back in October for the purposes of identifying a location and performing a feasibility study to help the county understand what would it take not only for the construction, but also to maintain and operate a nonprofit broadband entity that would service our affordable housing properties. So a couple of key points to bring up of what they were looking at. They were focusing on two properties, Gates of Ballston and Arlington View Terrace. Those properties were selected because of the diversity of the actual properties themselves. Gates of Ballston is a larger campus-based garden-style apartment property. It's a historic property. Arlington View Terrace was a multi-dwelling unit in a different part of Arlington. So we thought it would be a good balance to look at those two properties to get an understanding of what different types of building structures could potentially utilize. In addition to the focus on the construction, a big piece of this is also the ongoing support. And there's two components to that ongoing support. There is a customer management, and then there's a network management. So from the customer management, it's being able to provide support for people when they have challenges of connections, but it might be going a step further. It's helping people trust in what we're providing and helping people make sure they understand the connections and when they're running into challenges. From a network management perspective, that's your basic back end, not very exciting, but extremely important aspect of making sure all the infrastructure is up to date, connecting and troubleshooting when there are problems. So what they were supposed to be providing was an estimate for the implementation, and then as well the estimate for the ongoing support, and then recommendations around network alternatives. So go to the next slide. So when I'm saying network alternatives, what do I mean? There are a couple of different approaches that we looked at with them. The first one is all fiber. So the all fiber fiber optic cable to every single building. So getting onto the premise and then getting into each building and then getting to each one of the units. So that's kind of the gold standard of what you're looking at. Inside, there would be a device that would allow everybody in the unit to be able to connect to the internet. Before I get to the hybrid, I want to skip down to the all wireless. So when you think about all fiber, if you're actually building fiber and connecting it into every single building and making sure they're getting connection to each one of the units, all wireless is fiber onto the property, but then wireless getting into each one of the buildings. And then the wireless getting into each one of the units. There still would be required a modem or a router. The hybrid is a mix between the two. So it's looking at where is it most feasible to connect with wireless and where is it most feasible to connect with fiber. So once again, you still have the same infrastructure. CBRS, which is Citizen Broadband Radio Services, is a different form of delivering basically what everybody knows is Wi-Fi. it's been around for a while. It's not anything that is new, but the adoption and the interest has grown significantly in the recent past. What it does is it basically creates a private LTE network. So it's using a different spectrum to provide the connectivity, and then you have a device in each one of the units that kind of acts like a modem, and then gives a Wi-Fi signal within the units. So that in some ways, without breaking down the details of the technology, it's similar to an all wireless, but more sound in how we're providing the access. I hope everybody can see that. I'm going to make that a little bit bigger as my old eyes sometimes struggle with that. So what are the different network alternatives? What are the advantages and disadvantages? So with the all fiber, as I was mentioning, that really is giving you, fiber will last 50 years is the estimate that you hear, and it goes will last the longest. And then when you hear some of the other alternatives, the architectural structure of Gates of Boston, it's a historic property. On the properties themselves, on the buildings themselves, there is not a significant impact. However, with that said, there is a significant amount of construction that would be necessary. So when you think about it, you're taking the fiber not only onto the premise, but then you're also having to go to each one of the different buildings and each one of the different units. And that's a lot of money to do that. On the wireless, so you also have a high bandwidth potential, so which makes it much more cost competitive. It's relatively easy to install, but there are significant architectural impacts. So on the buildings themselves, there would need to be 45 rooftop radios, and we would have to go through and the architectural review board to ensure that any placement of those radios is consistent with the historic designation of the property. In addition, there is a requirement for it to be replaced. The hybrid, once again, you're looking at where is it cost competitive to place fiber, and where is it make more sense to put wireless. There are less rooftop radios, and you still will require the additional support for the replacement of their equipment. CBRS provides a significant bandwidth. It's a different type of bandwidth. I think it's the best way to say it. I think it's cleaner. So it's hard. You often hear the reference to the download speeds and upload speeds. But what we found through our own testing is that the speed and the clarity of the signal works very, very well with CBRS. When you think about it, the CBRS is like I said, think about your phone, and you can move in and out or around and how you're connected. You're always connected. That is what that private LTE network provides. So as long as you're on the campus, you have that access. You can also say it works directly with, there are LTE devices that are coming out. So the Apple 12, the new iPhone, or so the iPhone 12, has CBRS capabilities built into it. So while most devices don't have this yet, you will start to see an increase in the number of devices themselves that can be connected directly to CBRS. Another potential option that would have to be explored a bit more is as more people are looking for connections and being able to get online, having the opportunity to have this additional infrastructure, there might be revenue opportunities and partnerships for the wireless carriers to use this. And then there's also additional offerings as you also hear about the increase in IoT devices. When you think about how many of us probably have smart thermostats or other devices within our home, putting the CBRS infrastructure could help support Gates of Boston and Arlington View Terrace if there's something they were looking at doing in the future, or ways to lock or unlock buildings in a way that's safe and secure. The CBRS helps support that. There still is an architectural impact, however, not on the buildings themselves. There are 13 radios that would be needed, or antennas that would be needed, and they would be placed on light posts throughout the complex. So it's less bandwidth, but it's also, you have to think about it in terms of the clarity of the signal. The other thing that I think it's important to acknowledge is said earlier that CBRS is a newer technology, not a newer adoption in the technology. So the modems, the CPE devices that I referenced earlier, those are less mature, but that means there are more opportunities for competitors to get into the market and for more evolution as we move forward. I think I turn this over to Mike.
Thanks, Holly, and thank you, everyone. So moving on to the next piece, which is the customer and network management. And really the focus that New Urbana brought to these different levels of customer network management, especially with the customer interaction, is building the engagement and the awareness in the community of the service, really building end users' trust in the service and their ability to actually use the service to be productive, to do schoolwork, access job resources, remote medicine, and those types of things. So there's 3 tiers of services. The first tier is what you would think of as the first contact that you would have if you're an end user. So your tier 1 service, the items that they would be handling would be the digital literacy assessment and training for new users onboarding onto the system. And then also they're sort of the customer service representatives for signing in new people up for the service or when people leave for the service, and working on all of that inbound and outbound user engagement. So really what you think of as your sort of classic customer service individuals, your first stop. The tier 2 service, this is more on the network management side. This is network break and fix, and then periodic maintenance and updates. And then you move on to the tier 3 service, which is network operations, diagnostics on the network, and communications. Next slide, please. The implementation and annual operation estimates of the cost. So we have sort of 3 areas of costs that are associated with this that New Urbana provided cost estimates for. So at the top, we have the implementation costs. This is the cost of the actual infrastructure for all 4 of the different the network architectures. So not surprisingly, fiber, given all the construction costs, it is the most expensive. It's $831,622. And then skipping to the all wireless, where you're replacing the fiber just with a wireless signal, that is the least expensive, $484. Although the hybrid between the fiber and the wireless at $573 and the CBRS at $561 are also fairly cost competitive. The second aspect of cost standpoint is sort of your annual operating expenses. So the internet access, those 3 tiers of support, the nonprofit's actual operating costs, those total between $121,000 and $221,000. And there is a range there. Some of the range depends a lot, especially with tier 1 support, on how quickly you bring customers into the service. If you bring in a lot of customers all at once, you're going to need more support up front than you will on an ongoing basis, or you could spread it out over a period of time and bring people in smaller cohorts and have a lower level of support. But there's some variability there, but the annual cost is also there. And then there's also the 10-year equipment refresh costs. These are estimates that are based on sort of industry best practices for equipment replacement. This is the same that our Department of Technology Services uses for equipment where there certain equipment is scheduled to replace on a 3-year basis, or 5 or 10 or 25. And these are the total 10-year costs for equipment replacement for the 4 different network architectures. They're all very similar. All wireless is the most expensive because it has the most number of external radios on the exterior of the buildings. And I'd also say that these are cost estimates based on that rigid schedule. It doesn't necessarily mean that equipment will actually need to be replaced according to that schedule. It could have a longer life in the real world. And then also going back to a point that Holly mentioned, particular to the CBRS, is that since it is growing in adoption now, there is the potential that that the devices associated with CBRS, the radios and the receivers, could come down in price as we move forward. Next slide, please. On to the recommendations from New Urbana Institute for the network implementation. At both of the properties they looked at, Gates of Ballston and Arlington View Terrace, New Urbana Institute recommends the CBRS solution. They feel that at the cost point and the advantages outweigh the disadvantages in comparison to the three other network architectures. For customer management, they propose sort of the highest level of customer and network management possible for year one. They also propose hiring ambassadors from the properties to serve as that tier 1 and tier 2 customer service support levels. One of their partners, Novation Enterprises, they have the President Kelly Dunn, who is here in the meeting tonight. He has a long history of training veterans in the wireless industry, and they would put these ambassadors through that training, and they would really be the frontline customer service right in the neighborhoods that they're serving. So hopefully building the trust in the service and being able to react quickly to people's needs. And then for service level management, it's, prioritizing student households within the network, and there's different ways that they can do that. And also working New Urbana as the service provider, working with the property owners when there are issues that might come up on the network. If there's overusage or other things happening on the network, they can't see what people are doing, but they can see where the network and traffic is going and how much of the bandwidth is being used. And they can manage the network in a way that it remains available for everyone and that no one is using up sort of all of the bandwidth. And then our next steps would be if the county board wanted to move forward with a pilot project, it would be identifying funding for the implementation implementation and ongoing operations at one of these properties. And then moving forward, if there are additional affordable housing properties that would like to be part of this service, if it moves forward, engaging them on the ability to fund the implementation and operation at their properties.
That's all we have.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm returning it back to the board. If you have questions, we also, as I said, we have representatives of the companies involved here. I would acknowledge up front that we do have the funding challenge, but the question that was posed by the board that we needed to answer was, could it be done? And the answer is yes, well, there are multiple ways to get it done. So back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Ms. Hartel and Mr. Lusky, for the presentation. Really appreciated it. Are there questions, colleagues? Mr. Karantonis, and then Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will start with a question. I find the findings very interesting. To be very honest with you, I find it also very interesting that the apparently preferred or proposed as preferred option to go with a CBRS. If you add the capital investment cost and the equipment cost at current pricing, or at the pricing that you used, it comes pretty close to fiber. Fiber is roughly 1.8, while CBRS is $1.6 million. So, but aside from that, I have a policy question. How does this study inform our questions and policy work that included the possibility, researching the possibility of enacting a broadband authority, a municipal broadband authority in Arlington?
Okay, so let me take a shot at answering that, and I do think that it bears further conversation. The question about technical feasibility has been answered. The question about how you go about providing service, also there are a number of options provided. The broadband authority was meant to, I think, is a potential tool for getting around some of the legal restrictions. I think what we have here is an approach that accomplishes the same end, the same point. Having a broadband authority would not somehow reduce the costs associated that have been laid out in this presentation. It might actually increase it, given that there could be higher administrative costs and given that we're working with a nonprofit. I think that's something that we need to spend some more time evaluating. And I think we actually have now, with the proof of concept here, have the luxury of being able to do an evaluation of which approach is the best. But I would say this, which is that New Urbana has, we searched high and low, east, west, north, south throughout the country. New Urbana is virtually, it's almost a unicorn, which is that it's the only group that we found that, as I like to say, and they can speak for themselves, has a group of recovering corporate executives who are committed to addressing digital inequity and have given a lot of thought about how doing that. And to think that somehow we would be able to put together a broadband authority, with all due respect to the members of the county board, that would have that kind of facility, I think is probably a challenge. We would probably end up having that broadband authority hire New Urbana to do the work. So those are just some of my initial thoughts, but open to more conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Back to my technical question. So you mentioned that CBRS is a technology that already exists and is used. I have two questions related to that. Number one is, does this mean that we as Arlington County, or who would we have to license the spectrum in any way from anybody? That's number one. And number two, you mentioned that currently it's quite unusual that personal devices like cell phones can receive and work with a CBRS signal. You said that iPhone 12 can do that, but iPhone 12 is basically unaffordable for the absolute majority of the intended user here, and it will continue to be unaffordable for them for the foreseeable future. So can you elaborate a little bit on this?
Yeah, I'm actually going to ask Mr. Costello or Mr. Dunn to take a shot at sort of answering that question. I know that they were paying close attention, and I hope they're both still here. Mr. Mike Costello, are you still here? Okay.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us on. I'm Mike Costello. I'll say a few things, and then I'll pass it to Kelly or John for a more detailed thing. I think that part of our thinking around this is that to emphasize something that Mike Kaluski said, we actually believe that there's significant growth that's going to happen in CBRS over the next 5 to 10 years. The answer to your question is this is public spectrum that we do not have to license. So we're going to be working in a band. There is part of CBRS that needs to be licensed. We're going to be working in a band that does not need to be licensed. And we think that the explosion in CBRS over the next few years will give you significant cost decreases in the out years, which we can't put on paper right now because you can't say what you don't know, but if it follows the technology curve that everything else follows, there'll be significant savings in the out years. And you're probably right in saying that in the next few years, wireless devices with CBRS capabilities will not be affordable to this target community. but within a reasonable amount of time frame, it's probably safe to say that, like so many things in the wireless community, there'll probably be 80% of the devices, all wireless devices will have CBRS capability and will be able to roam in and out of public CBRS networks that they're authorized to roam in and out of very seamlessly. And that's part of our thinking here. John or Kelly, you guys want to add some commentary here?
Yeah, Mike, this is Kelly. I just would also say, just to echo Mike's comments, and John can add a couple words as well, but it is an entire ecosystem. We're at the very beginning of an entire kind of evolution of these type of devices and ecosystem. And this is a brave new world for the wireless industry. Everyone is very excited about it because it does help provide a managed service on a spectrum that can be rolled out to a variety of communities. And this is an opportunity to do one that allows the ecosystem to develop more devices to be available and to have that capability to reach the residents in a true broadband experience that need it most. And I do think that Google and Amazon and Microsoft and others, there's very large companies that are pushing behind this technology to ensure this is another way we can connect these type of community of users. And you will say, as Mike said, a whole plethora of devices evolve over the next several years for this technology. And John, if you want to add anything.
Sure. I mean, one of the questions that I heard was, around the fiber, and the reality is we're a mobile community. We're a mobile global community, and with fiber, it brings a connection point to a certain point in time. And just like 5G is a big hype, the rest of the global community, as far as cell phones go, have embraced multiple SIM cards in their chipset for a very long time. And the mobile phone makers have committed by the end of 2021 to include CBRS in their mobile phones. So it won't be just the iPhone 12, it'll be a blue phone that you can buy for $100 that includes that chipset. And that's why we really think that CBRS is key to delivering services both at kind of a fiber speed level to a user community that is truly mobile. So we think it's a great model, and the carriers, like Kelly said, I mean, Google and their alliance with OnGo is fully committed to CBRS for a lot of reasons. It's why Google Fiber has stopped, but their commitment to OnGo, which is their CBRS Spectrum Coalition and device certification, is ongoing and expanding.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for that incredibly extensive presentation. My question is actually pretty literal, just about our next steps, which is to say, you mentioned, Mr. Manager, that this is about finding resources. And so specifically, I mean, do we anticipate that could be a conversation we would have through the upcoming budget process, which, believe it or not, is going to kick off next month, or elsewhere? And then the other question would be, would this come back before the board once we can identify the funding? Is there would be sort of an allocation and a discussion, an opportunity for residents to kind of surface some of these same questions, or is this conversation sort of our opportunity to get into some of the specifics?
Well, you will have multiple opportunities to have a conversation, perhaps not as detailed the next time, but so there's two challenges ahead of us. One is on the capital side, which is to find the costs for whether it's the fiber or some of the infrastructure. And they may be best handled as part of a larger conversation about investment in capital assets or housing assets, perhaps using some of our AHIF funds as a way to enhance some of the infrastructure that we have. And then on the operating side, I think that there will be a few ideas. I'm not going to ask Mike Costello to go into it now, but there's some models that Cleveland's been using that might prove to be helpful. And I would say this, which is that we looked at existing projects, okay? So whether it's the Gates or Arlington View Terrace, but what we've laid out here is a roadmap for future projects that when they're being built, if we work this into the pro formas and the infrastructure, it's actually going to be a lot easier. What we tackled right now is the hardest problem. So I'm actually optimistic that this could prove to be a model as we move forward to reaching a point where we eventually have all of our committed affordable units have this service. But I will be back with some ideas on this as part of the proposed budget, and it'll be a continuing conversation.
Excellent. Well, I'll look forward to more detailed dialogue then, but for now, really appreciate the presentation. And we'll just note that I'm especially excited at the two sites that the team chose to start with, because I do think that they stand or offer the potential to reach an enormous number of Arlingtonians who maybe aren't traditionally served by some of our affordable housing site-based programs. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I think what I sort of heard was that if we don't do CBRS now, we will in the future because that's where things are headed, and that we're going to need to be doing CBRS at some point, most likely. That's sort of the best guess about how this technology is going to evolve. Is that a reasonable assumption?
It's my assumption. I don't know if Holly or Mike or anybody else want to weigh in on that, but that's my assumption. I don't know, Holly, what do you think?
Yeah, I was going to say I would agree from everything that I have read and heard and some other efforts that we are internally in the county working on as well. I think you see the potential, I said, much further than just, within a campus. But when you think about it from, a county-wide perspective, where that's going and how fast we'll get there, I think remains to be seen. But I'd like to hear more, the opportunity for Mike or someone from his team to add a little bit more to that as well.
I'll make one comment, which one of the interesting things that I found is in researching this, we looked at projects and entities that were doing this for rural and for urban areas. And you can't find an urban project that's not looking at CBRS as a core technology that they're building around, if for no other reason than the mobility component, right? Once you add in CBRS, you get to do two things, right? You get to offer a technology that's mobile in the neighborhood that you're serving, or as you connect things in broader spaces. The other thing you get to do is you get to allow people to connect their devices directly to it without having a modem inside their unit, right? Within, as John pointed out, a reasonable time frame. That's actually quite different than what entities like yourselves are doing in rural environments, where they might use different technologies to go point to point to single houses, single farms, single communities, which they then use mobile technologies within those concentrated living sectors. So there is, if you look out and you study the different options here, there are absolutely different options, but we think this is completely appropriate for what we're looking at here inside of Arlington County. So that's the comment that I would make. Kelly, John, anything?
Yeah, I think
Go ahead.
Mike, just saying that the beauty of this technology is, and having spent 20 plus years on the carrier network side, the way we look at it in the industry is that in the urban settings, in the dense settings, it's helping offload networks that are very constrained with all the mobile kind of high bandwidth demands, and building what is called as private LTE, very customized for that application. It offers also layers of networks that can be dedicated to administration staff, security, et cetera, and also the connection of IoT devices as those evolve as well. So it almost future-proofs the community. In the rural setting, that Mike said, it's offering us an accelerated way to provide a high-capacity bandwidth and then a very concentrated multi-point distribution wireless network in a city or rural area where the economies weren't there to build out 5G in those locations with CBRS. Now this is allowing us to do this. So it solves multiple problems in different demographics and regions of the country. And that's why you see such wide adoption across all sectors of the industry for this.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. I think this is, a small pilot here to start and trying to help the people who really need it the most right now. At the same time, doing a pilot that might enable us to really strengthen our own connectivity within all of Arlington. I just think it's kind of a win-win. So I'm really excited about it and anxious to give it a try. I think it's a great idea. I'll just say, this isn't the first time, and a lot of times in public service, I have found when you start working on what's going to help the most vulnerable or the people that need the most help that the system's not working for, you find what's helping them actually will help everybody. And it just actually makes our services better for everyone. So I think this is great. I'm excited about it. So CBRS is the way I would like to go. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps this is a question for New Urbana. I'm just curious as to how this technology and this framework could integrate with other efforts that we know going on, the telecoms and their 5G deployment, and speaking to the larger issue of needing to reach people who may be income constrained, who don't live on campuses and in buildings that are a part of our committed affordable program, who may be living, in townhouses, single family homes, or maybe living in non-committed affordable buildings, but in complexes that are naturally occurring affordable. I'm just curious as to how this fits within an overall roadmap of trying to deploy the benefits here to the entirety of the population who could benefit from it.
Thanks for that. I'll make a comment about CBRS and the groups that we looked at. Mike and Holly, you all may talk about the broader footprint of the county. But for me, the super interesting thing about CBRS is the opportunity to have managed network services inside of the network. And I think about when we think about, what are we doing here, right? On some level, we talk about broadband internet, but this is really about bringing people into the 21st century to access services they want to do, right? What do they want to do? They want to go to school, they want to get health care, they want to work, right? So this is really about bringing citizens who might not have access to be able to do those things, to be able to accomplish those goals, right? And step one is giving them the network to do that. Step two is layering the applications that you can use on top of that. So, the exciting thing for us is being able to get past this first step and then start talking about, how can we participate in a super rich school environment directly with your all's school board? How can we work with your public health providers to sort of get the applications that people can use to get health services inside of this network? And then, how can we help them do their job better, right? Those are the super exciting things that I think actually being able to have services, applications that are managed inside of the network and participate in that value chain. That's like really exciting stuff in the near and medium term for us inside of that. I think I'll just answer the question generically, but as you look at your community and you've got a mix of sort of individual residences, groups of residences, like maybe garden style apartments, and then, large units, large MDUs. This is a great technology for short to medium distances, and it's easy to deploy. It's super easy to deploy, and it gives you plenty of bandwidth for a broadband experience. That may not be the answer for everything. And Mike and Holly, you guys can probably, you'll know your community more than I do. You might end up with a mix of technologies, but this is just it's a great technology for, again, shorter to medium distances, offering a quality broadband service.
So I do want to make sure we mention the 123 Connect Me, or as Mark Schwartz refers to it as the Wi-Fi blaster, project that we're doing on Columbia Pike. And the target specifically is, as you were saying, Christian, those families who might not be in affordable housing properties. Right now, we're only allowed, per the governor's budget language, to focus on providing school students connectivity. So that's what we're working on. We're going through the testing and working very closely and collaboratively with schools to figure out, because some of these families, they're hard to locate, they're harder to reach, but that's why it's even more important that we are reaching them. And so right now we have an infrastructure on Columbia Pike. Said if we need to adjust and move our antennas because we find out that there are more students located in a different location, that's easy for us to do. And then working with schools on the relationship of saying, okay, you're not connecting for a certain reason. Let's help make sure maybe the other options that we have provided, such as the Comcast Internet Essentials or something else that you're doing, doesn't work. We have to acknowledge that there are some families that don't have the luxury of having a contract, whether it's a paid for contract or one that they're paying for on their own. Their living situation is such that that's not available to them. Something like CBRS is in addition to what we're doing in the affordable housing properties, it also can help with these other properties that are not necessarily on campuses. But so the challenge we have right now is we're only allowed to provide it for school students. And that's what we're doing. It'd be great if we can go further.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I think that might have been a start on an answer to your question. Are you good? Okay.
Ready to move on. Yes.
Thank you. And thank you to New Urbana, Mr. Dunn, Mr. Costello, Ms. Hartel, and Mike, excuse me. Thanks, Mr. Haluski. Thank you so much for the work. And it sounds like, Mr. Manager, you've got a sense of us as you go towards the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I had actually hoped to have an update for you on how schools and we were doing on Columbia Pike, but we're still doing some testing. But I have to say the CBRS approach has really expanded the scope and speed of what we had originally talked about, but more on that next month. So thank you very much to everybody. I want to move on to the next item, which I know will be shorter. We have about 5 or 6 slides. I'd promised back in January of last year when the board announced a new ordinance for additional fines and speeding zones that I would come back and give you an update on that. And so I am going to turn that over to Hui Huang, who is here also with, I think, Darren Cassidy and Albert Kim from the police department. So Ms. Huang.
Good afternoon, board members, and good afternoon, county manager. So I am here joined with my team member, operations team manager, Valerie Lee, and Sarah Familian, who is an engineer who contributed to this item. Just give me a few seconds. Let me bring up the slides. Okay. So this is an item that about the $200 additional fine speeding zone. And the picture shows you what the sign looks like. And many of you, we had this discussion when we come to you for the ordinance change in January of 2020. So this is not a new device because you probably have seen that outside of Arlington. Actually, we are surrounded by jurisdictions that actually utilize this as a speeding control tool. 2 examples I can give you is East Broad Street in Falls Church, or if you search up Lemon Road Elementary in Fairfax County, you will see these signs on their the road on their boundaries. This is a low-cost measure to address speeding because it's just additional signage to emphasis on the need to obey the speed limit. And this is being introduced into Vision Zero toolbox as we are still working on finalizing the Vision Zero action plan, which will come into you soon. And we use this tool to help us impact safety and reduce severity of injury of crashes. This is just a timeline of when the ordinance item was introduced to you and being approved by you. And during that board meeting report, the board directly asked us to let you know, give you advance notice of what are the streets and corridors we plan to introduce these signage, and also ask us to notify the public when we are about to do those. We have been strictly following your direction, and so the first 3 locations that went to you was shortly after the January meeting. We have introduced the first 3 batch of roads, and then after that, this time we have additional 8 locations that were coming to you, ask for your advice. Let me talk about the criteria. Again, these are items that has gone through the board meeting in January and has been endorsed by you in the ordinance. Just to refresh your memory, this signage applies to residential area streets that is classified as major arterial, minor arterial, or neighborhood principal. Basically, these are roads that carries larger a larger volume of traffic. And these roads typically turn to be in close relationship with school zones and parks and other pedestrian generators. The way county staff decide, which road is suitable for this type of treatment is we go through the speed data we have, and we identify within 5 years, of speed data, if there is a documented speeding issue, which by definition is 85th percentile speed for at least 5 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. We received a lot of requests from the community, and including individual residents or civic associations, including school staff, which when they recognize county now has this tool for combating speeding, they want us to look at the streets that they consider that has a speeding issue. So with that, I hope you can see the map. It's not too big. We have identified the first 3, which are Carlin Springs Road from Columbia Pike to George Mason Drive, Lorcom Lane from Military Road to North Sprout Run Parkway, and Military Road from Lorcom Lane to North Old Glebe Road. So the reason I mentioned these 3, and you can see them on the map, those are highlighted with green lines. The reason I mentioned these 3 are these are already implemented. We started in about February, and we finished the implementation in April. Of course, you all remember March and April are the time when COVID started. So what we have done is we temporarily put on hold on implementation, but we continue to work on engineering investigation. So basically, we continue to research our record on speed data. We also continue to receive requests from residents, from civic associations, and from the pedestrian advocacy groups. So we continue receiving those requests, and we identified additional segments that are qualified and suitable for this implementation, which are what we call phase 2 and phase 3. The reason we split those into phases is because we want to be able to organize our installation in a more anticipated or predictable way. Because we want to, when we notify the public, we want to give them a expected time frame that is not too large. The installation takes time because there's a lot of field condition to be determined at where exactly the sign need to be located. And phase 2 and phase 3 on this map are identified as the light blue color and the purple color. And you can see they're all over the county, including both north and south of Arlington. There are potentially other locations, which actually were indicated on this map by the darker blue color. Well, why we call them potential? Because these are the roads that has been raised to our attention by our community, and they want us to check out if these roads qualifies for introducing this treatment. What we do is we either check for speed record or we collect additional speed data. We have not done too much traffic data collection during the COVID period because of the impact of COVID on traffic pattern. So we are waiting for the traffic to resume some kind of normality before we collect the information and determine if these roads are qualified. All right, so to summarize, the steps that we take to decide the $200 additional speeding zone are, through data collection, and then we prioritize based on the eligibility. And then we use the county manager's note, including county manager's report, such as this meeting, to give the board the heads up of what are the locations we intend to implement. And we will do public outreach by notifying the public through newsletters, notifying the civic associations through email list so that they know the implementation are coming. We also coordinate with the police so that they are aware. Again, the police were involved in the decision of this ordinance, and they have assured us what they will do is when there is a speeding ticket issued in these zones, they will consider adding this item if it's signed. To summarize, phase 1 has been done. Phase 2 and 3 are here in front of you, and there are future phases which we will follow the same method of notifying you and ask for your advice first. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Wang. Are there questions, colleagues? I am thrilled that you have come back to us and followed up where we asked. I can think of a couple of colleagues who asked for those follow-ups. So I think I see, are there any questions, colleagues? Ms. Garvey.
One just real quick one, and this is great. Thank you for the follow-up, Way, and it's been a challenging year to start a program like this. And I may have just missed it. I'm assuming sometimes when we put up the new signs, we do something like put a red flag on it or something so people notice that it's new and different. I've often seen that, which kind of helps because people don't, when you drive by a speed sign, you stop reading it, right? When you're used to it. So I assume we do something to just kind of, wave a flag around and let people know, hey, this is new.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Garvey, for pointing that out. Yes, we do consider adding those, new signs. It's a plaque on top of the signs, and we take them down after a while when people get used to it.
Right, exactly. Yep, which may take a few fines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karatonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Wang, thank you for presenting on this. We indeed hear a lot from neighborhoods, especially on minor arterials, actually, where speeding is possible because and it has been exacerbated actually during COVID because of lesser traffic, I guess. So I have two questions for you. First of all, I want to be sure that we are all on the same level. We are not, our goal here is to really reduce speeding, not to make money out of tickets, right? So that's very important. So I personally, I'm a very big fan of a different or complementary technology, which is speed-sensitive signals. And there are two types of that. One is something that we see in the region, and you mentioned Broad Street in Falls Church. There is a permanent speed indicator when somebody is driving into the 25 miles per hour zone of Broad Street. There is, and if somebody is driving a little bit above 25 miles, there is an automatic display that shows that somebody is. So that warns every driver, because it's bright, to reduce the speed. Is that part of our standard approach to the design? That's one question. The second thing, you can respond to them both. I'm coming from I grew up in cities where the speeding control was in part automatized, but not by speed cameras, but with speed-sensitive signals. So when a block before an intersection, somebody was speeding, the light at the intersection would turn red, and you would have to stop. So drivers would learn very fast to actually comply with the speed limit so that they could drive through. What are we doing in this sense?
Okay, thank you. The first question, I will answer that one. Yes, what you have described is what we call speed feedback indicator sign. It is a sign where usually we put it right underneath or above the speed limit sign, and when drivers approach, it'll show what is the approaching speed. That is a reminder of where, when people are speeding basically subconsciously, unaware of the speeding activity. We have a lot of locations in Arlington that we have introduced those signs, and we continue to receive requests from the community when they raise issue with certain segment. We do have internal guidelines on where to introduce those, where it is a suitable location, and we follow those guidelines to introduce them to Arlington roads. The second question you asked about speeding triggered signal. There used to be one in Arlington. I believe it's on Wilson Boulevard near the Botanic Garden. That one has later been converted to a pedestrian push button triggered crossing because, it is more, I will say it is more helpful to the pedestrian when they want to cross and they want to have a gap. So Arlington does not have other location that we introduced that one. I will say all these methods that you just mentioned, they are not exclusive to each other. They all belong to the same, safety toolbox. With the Vision Zero action plan work that we are, still in progress, we are identifying either existing tools or, looking to introduce additional tools into our toolbox. The way we're going to deal with the toolbox, we're going to identify them and also list what is the applicable condition and what is the cost. Like the $200 speeding sign is a very low cost item. The speeding triggered signal is relatively to this one is a much more expensive item. So we will consider if it's, do we have the funding? Do we have the support from the community? Or is it a technically suitable location? So these are all tools. And we happen to mention 3 today. There are a long list of tools in the toolbox. And we also look to update and introduce new devices as they come along. And we're going to work with the community to identify those as well.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Thank you for the
Thank
answer.
you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Wang and Mr. Garantonis. I had not known the reference that you were mentioning. I appreciate you bringing it to us. So I don't see other questions. Just a big thank you for coming back to us with this work. If you hadn't, we would have said where. And since you did, we're just very appreciative of you and Captain Cassidy as well, because implementation is of course key. So with that, back to you.
Mr. Chair, just for this conversation, I personally, and I want to put that on the table publicly, I'm also interested in equity aspects of higher fines. I do understand how dissuasive they are, but sometimes they really hit the wrong, or the people who are, differently affected by them. So that's another piece of this. This is why personally I have a certain affiliation to systems that don't cut ticket but achieve the goal.
Got it. It's a fair concern, certainly. So we will keep that in mind as we go forward. Thank you, colleagues. Ms. Wang, Captain Cassidy, back to you, Mr. Manager, for the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In December, I provided an update on the process that we were developing for a new logo for our community. And as a next step in that process, we put a call out to the community for people who would be willing to serve on the logo review panel. And we had a great response. We got over 150 people who took the time to submit applications. And it really was a tough decision. And I really want to thank everybody for taking the time to submit an application. We spent a lot of time sort of sorting through the names, and there's a group of 14 individuals, which I have chosen to be on the logo review panel. I'm going to see if I can click here. We just put up a web page about 2 hours ago, and tell me if you can see this.
Yes.
Okay. You can see here, and let me scroll down just a bit, that these individuals, and I'll read their names in a second, represent diversity both among the following categories: age, gender, race, where they live in the county. And also, even with that, we're able to get a number of people who have some graphic artist experience. You can see that we have co-chairs here, Minna Kane, who is from our engagement brigade and is really just a star when it comes to volunteering. And then also Kelly Reinfuss, who I think a number of you are familiar with, who works in Arlington Economic Development and has a lot of skills in that area, have agreed to co-chair. And you can see the names. I'm not going to read each of them to you, but you can see the names. And I would encourage people to go and take a look on our webpage for further details. So we're excited to get that underway. The first meeting is going to be in early February, and we'll be back on that timeline that was laid out. I think, I know, just be careful if I misstated, I think it's June. And we will have, I know, some exciting opportunities for people to participate and submit suggestions. So happy to take any questions on that. If not, I'll go on to the next item.
Thank you. I know we're all supportive. Appreciate your work. We're ready for the next.
Okay, very quickly, wanted to give you a vaccine update. I know that we've talked about it. You talked about it at the opening of the meeting. Ms. Crystal talked about the complete vaccination committee. A couple of things I wanted to update people on. We received a list from Virginia Hospital Center of those people, it was a little bit over 3,000, who had signed up with Virginia Hospital Center, who live in Arlington and were over the age of 75. Earlier this afternoon, we sent out an email to 2,510 people on that list. The remaining 590 who did not have emails, we have prepared a script, and we will start making phone calls in the morning. We hope to work through that expeditiously. If we don't reach people, we'll also give them a number to call back. And again, all this information is posted on our website. I did want to take the opportunity here to, because this stuff is just coming at me constantly, and see if you can see this here. We have a new graphic we put up on our website. that it sort of shouts at you in very bold colors what's going on. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
That basically saying the vaccines that are being scheduled and where people are in pre-registration, and also if they have questions, those who are not yet eligible, what they can do. So an opportunity there for people to take a look at that. Also, it was referenced earlier, I think, but I just wanted to emphasize we're doing 540 vaccinations a day. We have 540 scheduled each day. And we've made it through, like yesterday, we made it through 540, and I think we've about wrapped up with those numbers for today. One other thing which we literally just found out about earlier this afternoon, and I'm going to see if I can put this up here. We have received an award from the Federal Emergency Management Administration. This is, President Biden actually directed FEMA to what's doing something which is really unusual for FEMA if you've worked with them. It's called advance reimbursement. In other words, they're giving us the money before we have spent on some of these items. And if any of you are out in the world who work with FEMA know how unusual that is. Usually you spend money and it's a year or two or sometimes 3 years later when you get the money back. And we were lucky enough to be the only recipient in Virginia to get this money. And I think that speaks to a couple of things. I want to thank Dr. Aaron Miller, who worked directly with FEMA, and they're giving advance reimbursement. That fact that they're willing to give us advance reimbursement, I'm going to state, is really a recognition that we satisfied them that we have some really solid plans and capabilities in place, and that we would be able to step up and make good use of the funds in a very direct way. It does not mean other Virginia jurisdictions will not end up getting the money, but we were able to make our case directly. And I think the president is actually highlighting that in some of the details he's speaking about later this afternoon. So that's good news. We're going to be pushing out a press release on that. And again, I'd like to thank Dr. Miller, and our staff are working hard on that. So that was on that. I just did have one thing, a point of personal privilege, if I could. Jim Schwartz, who made the mistake of staying on here, is actually retiring again. He worked in the county from 1984 through 2015 doing a few things. I don't know what they were. No, actually, he was our fire chief. He did me a great honor of coming to work in the county manager's office for 6 years. He told me very recently that, quote, everything was under control. I think he said that right when the vaccine distribution process was falling apart. And I think it may have been on January 6th when there was a riotous attack on the Capitol. So he said everything's fine from a public safety and public health perspective. And he told me he was going to be leaving February 5th. So an opportunity to razz him, but also thank him from the bottom of my heart for all his years of service. His last day with the county will be February 5th. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'm not sure, I know we all will have the sentiments of a big thanks to Mr. Schwartz, other Mr. Schwartz, Jim Schwartz, for his extraordinary service over years, and I'm sure others will have thoughts. In addition, if we were in the boardroom, we would all be standing and applauding Jim Schwartz and Aaron Miller, and in particular, for the career of you, Mr. Jim Schwartz, and also for Aaron Miller, who has just worked relentlessly. We've seen it in different length beards in his time over the last 6 months, but just a big thank you. That grant is a testament to the work we have done, but also the work we will do. So mindful that we have much more to do on vaccine distribution with our community, but this is a good step. And I assume in the release, the story that we have been talking about indicates more opportunity to get additional locations where we can eventually distribute vaccines once we have more supply. And that is important because we know we have to serve those most in need. So that's certainly a great report. I think we're ready to go to closed session, but if there are colleagues who feel they need to make remarks, I'm open to it. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. So we do have a motion that I need to make regarding convening in closed session, which will be next. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code sections 2.2-3711.A3 for the purpose of discussing three matters involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes related to plans for the provision of affordable housing and plans to provide bicycle, pedestrian, and public safety access, and one matter involving the disposition of publicly held real property, where in each case discussing in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's negotiating strategy and bargaining position, and for the purpose of discussing the terms of the county's leases at the Arlington Mill Community Center, 2020 North 14th Street, 1401 Wilson Boulevard, 2920 South Glebe Road, the Woodmont Building, and 1435 North Courthouse Road. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Great. I'll call the roll. Mr. Dorsey.
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Carantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti also votes aye. We are now in closed session. Colleagues, shall we take a few minutes, 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
Okay. I need 5.
Sure, then we'll try to be back at 5:45 if we can. Thank you. Good evening. We are back from closed session, the Arlington County Board's recessed meeting. I need to make a motion regarding closed session. We need to certify. I make the following motion and take a roll call vote. Move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
I will call the roll. Ms. Garvey.
Yes.
Ms. Crystal.
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey.
Yes.
And Mr. DeFranti votes yes as well. Now, before we begin this evening, I have a few announcements as we head into our consent agenda items and for those who are and our regular items today. While you are waiting to speak, please keep your phones and devices muted until you are called. The moderator, the clerk, can mute you but cannot unmute you. If you are calling in by phone, press *6 to unmute. If you are using a computer browser or app, click the microphone button on the toolbar. Board members will not be able to see you, but we will be able to hear you. You will be able to hear the meeting through your device. Please turn off the sound to any device around you, including your TV, if you are following our meeting on our cable stations. Please note that there is a 30 to 40 second delay on the live stream and cable broadcast. If you are speaking on items pulled from Saturday's consent agenda, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak on all matters. Please listen for the tone and that indicates that your time has elapsed. We will now proceed. Just one note about how you can follow. After speaking, you may exit the call. You can continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels Comcast 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios 39 and 40. Madam Clerk, will you please call the speakers for the consent agenda items?
Sorry, our first speaker is Jane Green, followed by Chris Slatt.
Excellent. Ms. Green. Ms. Green, are you on mute? Can you hear us?
Okay, we will check on Jane Green. In the meantime, we will move on to Chris Slatt.
Mr. Slatt.
Mr. Slatt, you are on mute.
Hello, everybody. This is Mason again. The audio should be working again, so if we'd like to restart.
Should I try talking? Can you hear me?
Is this Ms. Green?
This is indeed Ms. Green.
Yes, Dr. Green, actually.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think sounds like we're good. Ms. Green, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello. I'm here to talk about the Crystal City Water Park, which is a great asset to our community. And one of the very important things about it is that it's the entrance to the Mount Vernon Trail, which people from our neighborhood know is a vital transportation asset. I live in Pentagon City and work in DC. When I bike to work or for recreation, the Mount Vernon Trail is a gateway to points north and south. And the entrance to the trail at the Crystal City Water Park makes all of this possible. The proposed changes to the Crystal City Water Park threaten the ease of access to the Mount Vernon Trail. One of the things that's concerning is the grade change that from the entrance point out of the tunnel and up through the park, which is a challenge for average cyclists like myself, especially when I'm pulling my heavy kid in a heavy cart up my heavy bike. And so adding more obstacles to this route will increase crashes increase crashes, and decrease the desire for people to use the Mount Vernon Trail. I hope you will encourage the applicant for this project to use the original VRE plans that remove the pedestrian staircase and the entrance to the VRE station from that crossing point, so that the entrance to the Mount Vernon Trail can be prioritized and not mixed with this sort of intersection traffic. All of this would be easier if we had a comprehensive Crystal City Drive bike plan, which I believe is something that was supposed to happen by the end of last year and has not yet happened. The neighborhood has a deep desire to grow without adding cars. Bicycles and pedestrian safety and ease is essential to achieve this goal and make National Landing the vibrant, people-centered downtown that it aspires to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green, for your comments. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, is Mr. Slatt there?
Our next speaker is Chris Slatt, followed by Robert Mandel.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you pulling this item from the consent agenda to allow for public comment. I support all of the applicant's changes in this design, except for the proposed redesign of the Mount Vernon Trail access area. I've got, pictures worth 1,000 words, so I've got a couple little illustrations here. So specifically, I have serious safety concerns that the proposed design, one, directly connects the new VRE station access tunnel path to the Mount Vernon Trail access tunnel path right at the point where trail traffic is exiting the tunnel. And secondly, that it's adding a new stairwell for accessing the water park very near to the tunnel exit, which would entice pedestrians to utilize that connection, crossing trail traffic very near the tunnel exit. This design will create a strong pedestrian desire line that goes between the newly revitalized water park and the VRE station, which may soon be not just a VRE station, but also an Amtrak station. And that desire line will cross the trail access right at the point of worst sight lines when trail users accessing the tunnel have literal tunnel vision. If you could move to the second slide that I've got there, that shows your view when you are exiting the tunnel coming from the Mount Vernon Trail. This simply is not safe and cannot be sufficiently mitigated with just warning signs or markings on the ground. Users coming from VRE and users coming from the Mount Vernon Trail should not be encouraged to mix and cross each other until they have reached a point where they have a clear view of each other. Bikes and pedestrian traffic is very good at avoiding each other as long as we can see where each other are in space. So this conflict is likely to be further exacerbated by the steep grade of the existing and planned trail access. Those trail users that are coming down to the tunnel are likely to have built up some speed coming down the hill. Those exiting the tunnel will be wanting to start to build up some speed in order to make it up the hill. That view that you can see there is what you see when exiting the tunnel. Like, you will not be able to see a pedestrian coming from VRE as they are approaching from the left. VRE's most recent publicly proposal did not connect the two paths right at the tunnel exit, as you can see in the third slide, if you can go ahead and move to that. Likely because it didn't include this new stairwell to the water park. Please, I would urge you to either defer this entire site plan amendment pending further public consideration of the trail connection, or to approve the remainder of the site plan while pausing the stairwell and trail access reconfiguration so that it can be further reviewed by the public, perhaps as part of the public process for the new VRE station. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slatt. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Robert Mandel, followed by Pamela Van Hine.
Mr. Mandel.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Board. My name is Rob Mandel. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for the National Landing Business Improvement District. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the Crystal City, Pentagon City, and Potomac Yard business community to express strong enthusiasm for the proposed updates to the Crystal City Water Park before you this evening. As the most recognizable and prominent open space in the core of Crystal City, the water park has long served as a backdrop for bid programming. Within a dynamic and transforming downtown, though, the static and outdated, nearly 40-year-old aesthetic of the water park has held it back from achieving its full potential. Even on the most beautiful days, the water park is surprisingly empty. And while some might construe a lack of people and lack of activity as an opportunity for quiet and respite, we see it as a design failure where the aesthetic orientation and the lack of programming don't really serve the needs of today's downtown residents, employees, and guests. But we do see this as an opportunity for an improved design to better serve the whole community and people. The proposed improvements do this, embracing the very latest in best practices in urban park design through the incorporation of a variety of uses and reasons to actually visit the park, including passive, active, and commercial means, wrapped in an updated and modern landscape design aesthetic. New retail kiosks along Crystal Drive complement the new retail Main Street experience that has just been opening across the street, while also providing affordable opportunities for small businesses to participate in the success of National Landing. Perhaps most exciting is the proposal's embrace of the water park's namesake and most iconic element, which is water. An updated and improved water wall, a water bar, and an interactive water feature respect and elevate the park's heritage, while also serving new constituencies, especially families with young children. They're going to be all over that water feature. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that the pandemic has elevated the importance and absolute necessity of abundant and high quality open spaces to ensure resiliency in our downtowns. Though these improvements might not increase the quantity of open space, there's no question it will vastly improve the quality, usability, and patronage of an existing space. I do want to also emphasize the importance of safety and the trail connection. So I do encourage you to make sure that those issues are addressed, though I would like to align myself with Chris's comments about separating them from the approval. Having this project move forward and looking at the trail improvements separately would be a wise move. So thanks very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Pamela Van Hine, followed by Natasha Atkins.
Ms. Van Hine.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, you can hear me okay? Good. Chairman DeFerrante, board members, county manager, and staff, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak about the water park plans and for listening to our comments. I am sorry that this was the first opportunity that the public could comment on this project at a county meeting. I am Pam Van Hine, a 35-year resident of Aurora Highlands and a pedestrian advocate. These are my personal comments. I want to make 2 points and 2 requests. First, the water park is beloved by all of 22202. We visit it, we treasure it, and we care deeply about how it is developed. Second, the area around the water park is a major transportation hub for pedestrians, cyclists, and transit riders. Transit riders use the VRE station, the Crystal City Metro station, soon to have a second entrance across Crystal Drive, and a major bus shelter right there that supports Metroway, WMATA, and ART bus lines. Cyclists and pedestrians use 18th Street, Crystal Drive, the Crystal City Connector, our main local access to the Mount Vernon Trail and beyond, and the 10-foot wide sidewalk that extends all the way from Hayes and 12th to Glebe and Route 1 and continues through Alexandria. I really love that sidewalk. My 2 requests. First, please ask JBG to remove the staircase that connects the park to the Crystal City Connector below, because it creates a dangerous intersection with cyclists and pedestrians using the connector. As we leave the tunnel, we cannot see people on the stairs because of the poor sightlines. Imagine a toddler coming down the stairs and all of a sudden he hits a bike, or a pedestrian with impaired vision coming down the steps and all of a sudden there's a bike. Perhaps JBG can create more green space instead in the space. My second request, different from everybody else so far, please increase the clear zone of the sidewalk parallel to Crystal Drive from 8 feet to 10 feet, as well as extend the landscaping planting zone from 4 feet 9 inches to 6 feet. In my written comments, I listed 11 reasons why I believe pedestrians need the additional space, so I'm not going to repeat them here. Perhaps the 15 feet of promenade space east of the kiosk can be reduced and the kiosk shifted to the east to create the needed missing space for pedestrians and healthy trees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hine.
Our next speaker, Natasha Atkins, followed by Judd Isbell.
Hi there, good evening. I am here representing the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, and I'd like to touch on some minor, not so minor environmental impacts of this site plan amendment, particularly green space and trees. First, we are dismayed at how many trees will be removed. Yes, many will be planted, but it will be years before they develop a canopy. The developer's aerial rendering of the plans compared with a recent Google Earth image shows a significant net loss of canopy. And that future canopy depends on those trees surviving, which brings me to many questions about whether this plan does enough to ensure longevity and health of the trees. Street side planting strips are not even 5 feet wide. Arlington landscape standards recommend 6 feet, and they say new development should strive to achieve 600 to 1,200 cubic feet of soil volume per tree. This project provides 600, the bare minimum. According to the county forester, 750 is now the new standard in new developments. Are the large street trees really going to thrive? Moving the kiosks, as Pam said, would allow a wider planting strip. Some tree choices also seem questionable. White pines, already at the very edge of their tolerance here, are especially susceptible to heat and pollution stress. Homestead Gardens cautions against planting American beech in city environments because they can't tolerate urban pollution. Cercidophyllums have huge, extensive surface roots. This may all sound very nerdy, but National Landing is already one of the hottest parts of Arlington, largely because there is so much impervious surface and so little tree canopy. We are about to lose more, not just here, but in all the other developments in the works. Another site plan in a few weeks. Reducing tree canopy and increasing impervious surface are anathema to the Livability 2202 agenda that the civic associations have been trying to advance with the collaboration of the county, the business community, and the applicant. The cumulative impact of each site plan, where we see more pavement, less green space, and fewer trees, will set Arlington back in meeting its stormwater challenges and its climate goals. Although we recognize this is private land with limitations on what can be required, we cannot achieve a sustainable, livable, and thriving county unless both the county and the developers aim high. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jed Isbell, followed by Dana Brees. Jed Isbell, I don't believe is in the room. So we will move on to Dana Brees, followed by Christopher Wimbush.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to applaud the initiative to upgrade the water park. For years, it's been a focal point in the area, and the improvements are just going to make it better. I am concerned about the designs for the north entrance of the proposed VRE station in the water park is going to create conflicts between pedestrians and cyclists and at the top and at the bottom of the ramp, from ramps leading from Crystal Drive to the tunnels under the tracks. As a bicycle commuter, I use the trail on a daily basis, using the Crystal Place driveway to get to the trail. I'm not alone. The trail sees over 150,000 pedestrians and 160,000 cyclists. The connection is essentially between the nearby neighborhoods and the Mount Vernon Trail. The two closest other connections are over a mile to the north and south. As you can see on the first slide, this is the existing bike traffic coming into Crystal City from the connector. Come up the ramp and then turn left and then use the Crystal Place driveway to get onto Crystal Drive to go either north or south. Next slide, please. The proposed plan creates conflicts at the top of the hill. As you can see, the pedestrians in blue are likely, because they're using the north entrance to the VRE station, they're likely heading north. So they're going to come up their path, go to the right to get to the crosswalk, to the new crosswalk that's been installed, where cyclists will continue to go to the left. So we're going to have a crossing conflict right there. In addition, as Chris noted, people are going to walk at the tunnel entrances at the bottom. So and expanding the plaza right there where that crossing occurs is also going to allow people from the water park into that area. That area has normally been buffered by a fairly large planter. So it's been relatively safe from people who are just enjoying the water park. And so creating the plazas that are shared between the VRE station at the top and the bottom are going to create conflicts, and collisions should be expected. And I ask you to request a revised plan that doesn't create these conflicts between the pedestrians and cyclists. It's necessary so we can achieve the goals of the Vision Zero effort that you have embraced for Arlington. This is the second major project proposing to completely reconstruct a big parcel adjacent to Crystal Drive, since the board told DES to begin public outreach for a Crystal City bike plan. Perhaps we have some schedule flexibility with this park to revisit the design. The reality is there are major site plans under consideration in Crystal City with more in the wings. At some point, we'll enter a catch-22 territory where any Crystal City bike plan delivered by DES will be hopelessly compromised by the trade-offs made earlier. The bike element of the master transportation plan didn't describe a vision for implementing bicycle facilities that are hopelessly compromised. It describes a bicycle network suitable for all ages and abilities. If we can't do it in a neighborhood where so much public space is being reconstructed in a short amount of time, where can we do it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breeze. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Christopher Wimbush, followed by William Ross.
Mr. Wimbush.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Chris Wimbush, and I'm the Vice President of the Crystal City Civic Association. We want to take a few minutes to clarify the Crystal City Civic Association's position on the minor site plan amendment to the water park. We want to correct the staff's inaccurate statement that the CCCA supports the site plan. What we said is that the CCCA appreciates the efforts of JBG Smith to explain its proposal to the CCCA on several occasions, and then to the community in a public meeting on December 2nd, and to respond to the community's feedback. Although we are still concerned about the further commercialization of a casual use park, we would prefer that the kiosks not appear at the front of the park at all, a point that we've made many times to JBG Smith. We recognize that this is private property. As a result, we do appreciate the adjustments which JBG Smith has made in response to community feedback, including in turning the kiosk 90 degrees, opening more space between the two groupings to maintain more visibility of the park and fountain, and designing 2 sidewalks on both sides of the kiosks. There are also many good open space ideas for the park: splash park for kids, leisure hill, event lawn, removal of the obstacle course of tree mounds on the current sidewalk, and widening the sidewalks and providing one on either side of the kiosks. However, we would like to support the more technical concerns registered by our colleagues in the Aurora Highlands Civic Association, the Pedestrian Access Commission, and the Transportation Commission. Before finalization and implementation of its plans, we recommend the developer do the following: provide a minimum clear sidewalk width near the street of 10 feet, not 8, widen the green berm and tree pits at the street from 4.5 feet to 6 feet to allow breathing room for trees, work closely with VRE to avoid conflict between pedestrians and bicyclists at the Mount Vernon Trail underpass. This may well mean removing the staircase from the plan for providing direct access for pedestrians to the park. Finally, we wish to reiterate the concern that we have stated on many occasions to the county and developers about the need for better bike lanes in Crystal City. During the review of the site plan for 1900 Crystal Drive, the board instructed DSE to begin public outreach by December 31st, 2020 for a comprehensive Crystal City bike plan. This came up again as an issue for the 101 South 12th Street site plan. We've heard nothing of this project from the county and worried that it is the third site plan to come before the board without the bike plan in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wimbush.
Our next and final speaker is William Ross.
Mr. Ross.
Hello, good evening. Bill Ross. I'm chair of the Park and Rec Commission. The commission has not reviewed or discussed this proposal that we're talking about tonight, but I'm offering a few of my own comments. Water Park is one of the most attractive, well-designed, privately owned public spaces in Arlington. And I understand that the sector plan language reserves the allowance for proposing retail improvements to the site. And there appear to be some thoughtful design improvements, and I appreciate a lot of previous comments, but there is a major loss of mature trees, as Ms. Atkins has noted. I do fear that the addition of the retail structures as proposed along Crystal Drive will really impact the open and beautiful attributes of the current park and may potentially discourage entrance to and utilization of it. This is a loss of moving around space and the natural aesthetics in an area that needs them and is continually seeing open space sheared away or not delivered as planned for in many of our county documents. The notion of encouraging increased use of an area is laudable, but there's already a retail kiosk there that is not used very much. And with the unstable economics of small retail and the challenges of cold season weather, I have this fear of structures just sitting there for much of the year. And if it's food and drink that's to be offered, I wonder how the developer of the new upscale grocery store across the street is reacting to this in terms of the competition from that. Last, I just have continuing issues with the public engagement aspects of minor site plan amendments that have significant effects on public open spaces. In the staff report, it says that the appropriate level of public engagement was communication, but the groups communicated were very limited in number. I just saw the staff report late last week myself. I would have at least expected that for a minor site plan amendment involving a prominent open space site, such as this, the Park and Rec Commission would be able to see it ahead of time. We might even have some good ideas for the design. And as I've said previously to the board, we and others would like to have a more general discussion about public engagement and communication procedures for such projects or proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I think that, Madam Clerk, are there any more public speakers on the consent agenda items?
No, there is not. That concludes our public speakers.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the manager for the staff presentation. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For item 1 on the Crystal City Water Park, Olivia Sontag from CPHD will make the presentation. She will be assisted as needed by Joanne Gabor from DES, and then Marco Rivero and Max Ewert from Department of Parks and Recreation. Ms. Sontag?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right, so this is a site plan amendment request to site plan number 167 for the Crystal City Water Park. They're requesting to update the streetscape, landscape, water features, and connectivity within the site, including improvements to the Mount Vernon Trail connection, as well as a new connection for the VRE station. They also propose to add several retail structures, which in total add about 5,300 square feet of GFA to the site. The water park is located along Crystal Drive, with the water park and Crystal Place residential towers immediately north and south of the site. And the site backs up to the train tracks, and the airport is just to the east. The Crystal City Sector Plan identifies the site for public park improvements, but acknowledges that the site is privately owned. Some of the sector plan guidance applicable to the water park includes securing a public use and access easement and to retain and enhance the site as a community focal point while preserving the general configuration and features. Other specific improvements include retail programming along the park edges and additional programming to activate the space. The sector plan also calls for improved connections to the Mount Vernon Trail and VRE connector to improve trail visibility, aesthetics, lighting, and width. The applicant is pressed to make improvements in anticipation for some of the buildings across the street coming online. The applicant was not interested in a public park design process at this time and would like to proceed with their own design and will be funding the improvements themselves. The applicant has, however, agreed to grant a public use and access easement over the site, which is included as a condition in the report. And though they didn't go through a full park planning process for the design, the applicant held their own community meeting to get feedback on the design and were responsive to input. The proposal did receive some favorable feedback from the Crystal City Civic Association, the National Landing Bid, and the CCC-RC, noting some of the good improvements to the open space, but also acknowledging that the site is privately owned. These images on the slide reflect the design evolution for the proposal. The top image is the park today. The second image was their first submission, and the bottom image is their final concept in response to staff and community concerns. They did respond to these concerns by making adjustments to the size and location of retail structures, which increased the permeability along the frontage. It also preserved more of the existing trees throughout the site and along the frontage, and it kept the retail concentrated along the edges of the site. So here are some of the renderings of the final design with the retail, again, concentrated along the edges. Enhancement of the water features and addition of a performance platform for greater site activation, an accessible path to the top of the water wall, increased porosity, and a 10-foot wide sidewalk along the frontage, and 2 minimum 10-foot wide connections to the Mount Vernon Trail and VRE station. The proposed Mount Vernon Trail and VRE connections are an improvement over the existing 8-foot wide connection, and the 2 separate paths will minimize conflicts and provide more space for all users. It also minimizes conflict points and increases safety with improved lighting, signage, and sightlines. In summary, the county manager recommendation is that the county board adopt the attached ordinance to allow updates to the water park, subject to all previously approved conditions and new conditions number 52 through 60. And that concludes my presentation, and we do have staff members available that are happy to help answer questions, and the applicant is also available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sontag. I believe the applicant is available. Is it Mr. Whitmore for the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Ms. Sontag said, we are here and available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. The discussion is now with the board. And I think in this case, we've had a couple of speakers raise the question of the bike and pedestrian access, but I will open it to colleagues for questions if there are questions at this point. And if there are not, I can certainly I see Mr. Dorsey. Go ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would actually think I would benefit from having an applicant response to each of the issues raised. Specifically, if you could speak to your vision for mitigation of the pedestrian bicyclist conflict, both at the tunnel and at the top, and also specifically the width of the sidewalk and the area of the tree pits, and then of course the tree canopy and your replacement strategy and what you think that will do to mitigate the loss of existing canopy thus far. So, I mean, I've identified those as questions I'd love to hear the applicant respond to in whatever order you think is best, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Maybe you raised a number of, you summarized the issues there, but let's start with if we can, with the bicycle, the applicant's response on the bicycle and pedestrian conflict or concerns that were raised. Mr. Whitmore, can you speak to that, or is there someone on your team who might?
Sure, and we've got quite a few folks to cover the gamut of the questions there. So I think initially, if Jack Kelly with JBG Smith is available, I think he can begin answering some of those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I think, Mr. Kelly, if you may be on mute.
Can you guys hear me now? Sorry.
We can. We can. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. This is Jack Kelly. I'm a vice president in the development group at JBG. Thanks for the time tonight. I've been taking notes here. Happy to address the Mount Vernon Trail and VRE connection concerns. This is something we've thought a lot about as we've worked through this process. As some may know, as we engage with the community over the past several months, this has been an area of particular focus, given we've got a number of constraints out there in terms of spatial requirements for VRE, including ADA access. And what I'm going to do here is just share my screen. So give me 1 second and just bear with me. Can everyone see this okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. So we've highlighted here the 2 areas of concern, and if you can see my cursor in kind of the bottom portion of the screen here, this area with the stairs has come up, I think, in a lot of the feedback that we've heard tonight and throughout the process. And I wanted to reiterate that the location of the stair really for us is something that was put in place in part due to the future VRE connection and the hope that we would get people traversing this part of the site to be able to access that. And we realize that does create inherent conflicts with several modes of transportation, including bikes and pedestrians. And one of the tough things to see in this graphic that we're certainly willing to continue working with transportation and others on is some of the detail that we would hope to incorporate, including lighting and signage and some other creative solutions with landscaping to help mitigate some of these concerns. Although I will say on the stair issue, to talk about that one for a second, there's no magic to where this is other than this was the logical place given some of the grade that we're dealing with on the site. But again, we do understand that this is something that might require a little bit further study. But we do believe that there are things that can be done from a optics perspective that should help hopefully mitigate some of these challenges, including, and this is not shown obviously on the site plan here in 2D, but the grading for the Mount Vernon Trail as it exists today is fairly steep. And as part of the ADA access for the VRE connection, that would get regraded and reconstructed. And so it would be slightly less in terms of the overall grade. So I know there's some concerns about the existing grade and bikes and speed. And so we hope that the reduction in grade will help some of those issues as well. And the other thing I think Mr. Dorsey mentioned was the tree canopy and the sidewalk width along Crystal Drive.
Mr. Kelly?
Sure.
I appreciate it. I mean, and Mr. Dorsey did ask a number of questions. I wondered if we could stay a little bit with, we'll get, of course, to the tree canopy, but I wanted to just sort of pause there and see if we could stay with the bike pedestrian issue for if there are other questions on this.
Mr. Chair.
I can follow up, Mr. Chair, I would love to hear a little bit more specificity about some of the possible mitigations for the acknowledged conflict. I didn't hear a lot of specificity there for my satisfaction.
Okay, happy to dive into that. So certainly one of the options is to evaluate if there's another location for the stair in general. If the intent is to have an additional point of access into the park from the Mount Vernon Trail. Again, I think this was our idea, what might be satisfactory, but there are certainly ways to potentially move this further, I guess, plan north in this image to help mitigate some of these concerns. In part, again, we've got constraints around the size of the park and the need for a certain width for both the VRE connection and the Mount Vernon Trail connection. And so you can also see in this plan where my cursor is, we've got these trailhead facility and restrooms along with significant grade along this portion of the site. And so really the only other option that we'd be happy to study, short of removing them altogether, is whether or not shifting a kiosk, further planned north and incorporating a smaller staircase here might help some of these conflicts that are probably unavoidable in this location, given everything that's going on. And so a couple of the other things I mentioned, and I invite others from our team, we've got a couple people from our consultant group on as well. Herschel Landscape Architects has seen some good best practices in this regard in terms of using lighting and signage and landscaping to help delineate where different modes of transportation should be traversing. And so again, that's not shown in this plan here on the screen, but those are other things and other solutions that we could potentially study as well to help mitigate some of these impacts.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I'll just send it back to you, Mr. Dorsey, and I know there are others who will have questions along these lines. And if you don't at the moment, Mr. Dorsey, we can certainly come back to you.
Well, before we leave this topic, I would then love to get, as Mr. Kelly has oriented us towards Plan North, how he would propose there be mitigants to avoid the conflict of people, pedestrians coming out of the VRE pathway, and then cyclists who need to move toward the west, or I guess towards the south.
That may be a question for you, Mr. Kelly, or you were mentioning that you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Could you actually repeat that? I had a hard time with my speaker here. Sorry about that.
All right, so thank you for the explanation of your thoughts around the stairs, but as we look towards what you described as Plan North, there's also the identified conflict that will occur between pedestrians using the north entrance of the VRE station and heading north, and cyclists who will need to access lanes by moving south. How do you propose there be signage, striping, other mitigants to deal with that conflict?
Right. So those would occur in this vicinity here where you can see my cursor.
Right.
Again, they're not shown on this plan. I think we'd be happy to go back and layer that level of detail in so there could be a better understanding of how that might function. We've also probably can help with some precedent imagery and other best practices that we would look to implement here to kind of manage that. I think under any scenario, regardless of the configuration, given the fact that we obviously have to maintain the access to the Mount Vernon Trail and the future VRE station, there really are not too many options in terms of ways that we could completely eliminate all risks of conflict, with the different modes here. And so I think we'll need to get creative and continue working with transportation on this issue.
Can I jump in? Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
Oh, great. Hi, it's Robin Mosley. I'm with Of Place, a placemaking and ground plane consultant group that works very closely with JBG. And I do want to say that I'm a bicyclist myself, and I recognize that by trying to squeeze 50 pounds into this 5-pound bag, we've come into some conflicts. Can I ask the question of the county? I think what I was hearing was that the staircase is really a great concern, because the picture that the gentleman who was speaking showed us, just as you're coming out of the tunnel, to have a conflict of a VRE traveler crossing north across the bicycle path and trying to get up the stairs. The bicyclist would likely not be slowing down at that point, especially because they're trying to climb a hill. So I completely understood that. The ease of access for the VRE traveler to get into the park is less important to us than the safety of the bicyclist at that point. So the VRE traveler climbing up the hill as a pedestrian and the bicyclist then getting up the hill, they then all converge, as Jack said, at the sidewalk. Well, any bicyclist coming off of a path and crossing a pedestrian sidewalk would have to slow down. So if the VRE traveler had to walk west to get to the top of the hill before they could enter the park, do you think, Mr. Dorsey, that is the sort of thing that people would get comfortable with if we found a way to eliminate the stair, and if we studied our situation, and is that the sort of thing you think people are looking for?
Speaking for me, I was just looking for a surfacing of potential mitigation ideas. I didn't necessarily have a preferred solution in mind. So that helps in surfacing one possible way to treat that conflict. Thank you.
So the bicyclist also ends up having to go all the way to the top of the hill and then sort of making a U-turn to get back to the trailhead facility. And I think some of us thought the bicyclist might, knowing the trailhead facility was there, might slow down and kind of walk up the stairs with their bike. So I think that we should study it a little bit more and figure out if it should move north or if it should move west. But, I think that I heard everybody loud and clear. I really did. And It's always a question of the hierarchy of pedestrians and then bicyclists and then, in my mind, cars. But
sure. Thank you, Ms. Mosley. I think we're going to. That's helpful regarding, at least helpful additional information regarding the area closest to the tunnel. And I think I know Ms. Garvey, I have too, biked up that area. So that the concerns we actually can visualize them. And you spoke a little bit to the north piece. I want to see if Ms. Crystal, I think you have questions in this area.
I'm trying to get in on this exact point, actually. So I appreciate it. So could you tell, Ms. Mosley, thank you. You went exactly where I wanted to go. Could you or one of your colleagues tell us why the stair is there in the VRE connection now, rather than just a sort of universal design ramp for the pathway to the separated pathway to VRE?
Why the stair I'm sorry, I'm not able to
clarify, are you referring to the stair here?
Oh, the other stair?
That stair, yep.
As opposed to just the ramp? The ramp is for ADA. You're saying why wouldn't everybody have to walk down the ADA?
Right. I mean, I think it seems to me that would be sort of a universal design idea, right? That there's not necessarily a reason for a stair for anyone. And if there were no stair there, then both pedestrians and those using mobility devices could just use the same entrance.
I'm going to, Ms. Crystal, I'm going to let the landscape architects answer this. I believe that this slope from the sidewalk to the tunnel requires a circuitous ADA ramp. And so the stair is for convenience for people who want to move more quickly.
Yeah. Okay, and so that's even with the regrading that will happen for the Mount Vernon connection. That regrading would still not be sufficient.
Yeah, sorry guys, this is
can't regrade it enough.
Yeah, Robin. Can you hear me? This is Aaron Ross with Hair Shout, and just to tag on to what Robin said, I think we actually have looked at a couple of different scenarios, and our biggest challenge is getting out of that tunnel, and getting an ADA path without switchbacks to get up to the elevation of Crystal Drive. The Mount Vernon Trail, the bike trail, can be at a slope that exceeds the ADA route, but obviously the VRE connection can't. And so there's actually a number of different ramp configurations we've looked at, but all of them are circuitous enough that it made sense to also include a stair. But I think to your point, I think maybe one of the things we should look at more closely is if the ramp can feel a little bit more integral to the experience. So that it doesn't feel like it's sort of, a secondary experience to the stair.
Yeah. So I think that's part of it, but let me be clear about what I'm going to try to connect a few things that we heard from folks, right? So when Mr. Slatt talked about this design connecting the VRE access path to the Mount Vernon Trail access path, that's really only true, I think, if you're using a mobility device and can't go up those stairs. If you can take the stairs as a VRE rider, you seem fairly segregated from the Mount Vernon Trail connection, at least the point of people, coming directly in or out the Mount Vernon Trail. But the problem with that is, it seems to me that is requiring the VRE users who are perhaps most vulnerable to a collision with a cyclist to then turn right and run into that potential conflict because they can't take the stair. So, when we heard from a couple of folks about could you remove the staircase?
The ramp, just to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, the ADA ramp is to the south, right there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't make that clear. So, because again, can you, Jack, or whoever's controlling it, can you point at the Mount Vernon connection real quick? The Mount Vernon connection real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, no, so I'll get in the weeds a little bit. So where the elevation that we come out from underneath the tunnel is set because we can't raise the bridge at all on the railroad. So we're set kind of there, and then we have an elevation that's set at Crystal Drive. So because the trail standards allow us to go steeper than ADA, that trail, the Mount Vernon connection is okay for a bike trail, meets SNACTO standards and everything. However, that's what I'm saying. On the south side of that, the actual VRE connection, requires an ADA access, and you can kind of
and that's what we're looking at right there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that and again, like that's what I was saying. I think I hear your point. I think it's well taken that we might be able to look at ways to make it feel less like an add-on and more part of the integral experience. But from a safety standpoint, the idea would be that you would come out there, you would go up that switchback to the top of the stairs that you can see, and then you would make your way west to Crystal Drive. And then at that point, we'd have to have, to everyone's point here, and I think it's, again, well taken, I think we owe maybe some more information on striping and things like that would then facilitate a safer connection when you're up at Crystal Drive. So sorry, that was a lot. Hopefully
no, that is incredibly helpful to me. So I think my remaining question is, but within that buffer between the Mount Vernon connection and the VRE connection, which are separate paths, there is I guess that tiny east-west connector. Why not buffer them entirely and segregate them entirely from one another?
Yeah, and it's a good question.
Aaron, I think that's what we should really talk about. I think we thought we were being helpful, and I think that we're hearing loudly and clearly that this is scaring people, and I think we should just reconsider it. I don't think there's no reason other than we thought we were offering a benefit to both parties. Yeah, but I think everybody just needs to climb the hill to come into the park. We might end up with people like climbing through the landscaping there, just as a means of being here. But,
Yeah, no, that's right, Robin. I mean, I think that the intent was simply to say, hey, when you come out from underneath that tunnel, can the site be more porous and you can kind of go in multiple directions? But I agree with Robin. I think we can. I think we've heard enough about. Yeah. And I think I understand the safety concerns, so that's definitely something we'll tackle. And maybe
I will say the only thing I do happen to know is that VRE did just purchase new rail cars that do have bike racks. So I suppose it's not out of the realm of possibility that somebody might disembark from the VRE, take their bike, and then want to get on the Mount Vernon Trail. But I don't think that is the most common user of either the trail or VRE.
Right, so, and again, they can. I think if that connection was not there, they could still make it up to the. All they have to do is go up to Crystal Drive to make the connection. So,
okay, thank you. I can yield on that, but this has been very helpful for me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross, Ms. Mosley, and Ms. Crystal for moving us forward. We may have other colleagues who have questions. I see a number of hands, and want to go to Mr. Carantonis, but Mr. Whitmore, did you have? I see you're there, and if you can help clarify for us on this specific issue, certainly like to learn more.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And thanks to everybody for their feedback on this. I wanted to just make one procedural point. As we've been discussing the potential mitigants and some of the details that get filled in later, I do want to remind everybody that we still have quite a ways to go in terms of staff review with this, that there is going to be a civil engineering plan review, landscape plan reviews. There are going to be many more iterations of this as we go forward. So thank you for the feedback. I think that's going to be really helpful as we work with staff to finalize these plans.
Thank you, Mr. Whitmore. We may want to pursue that a little bit more. Mr. Carantonis and then Ms. Garvey. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that most is said here. It's obvious that the solution that the applicants bring forward here is definitely not working safely. And actually, I do think that the general practice is that there are points where the modals mix, where pedestrians mix with bicycles, with cyclists, etc. You normally want to have them at the flattest point and at the end of the climb. So definitely at the entrance plaza on the southwest corner. I have a technical question I will let go on this. What is the difference of the topographic difference between the level of the plaza at the proposed eastern stair and the entry to the VRE connection tunnel. So from where it says where the restrooms are down to the VRE correction, what's the difference of the topographic difference? How high is that? Because in my opinion, it is high enough, right?
It's about, Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's about 12 feet.
Not too much. Okay, just as an additional, you say that there will be a seating area, a performance seating area. So the eastern stair will have a lot of traffic, and there is a lot of conflict potential. It's not only the exit and entrance to the VRE station. It's also the use of the park. The entire concept is, meant to create a lot of public use. So I do think that this stair is really a liability there. A final question: how long is it from the exit of the Mount Vernon tunnel up to the curb? How many feet is that? What I'm after is to find out, how onerous is it to walk it, to take a ride. I mean, you have already equipped.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
You have already equipped this entrance with 2 kiosks, flanked by 2 kiosks, is really a natural entry point to the park. And I don't think that people will be cutting, I mean, they will be willing to go all the way up and then right into the park.
Right.
Aaron, is it like 200 feet?
I want to, I was going to say, I think it's probably like a little bit under that. It's probably about 170, 180 feet.
So you see, that in my opinion is not excessive. Anyway, I don't have more comments on that. This is a conversation, by the way, to get to Mr. Ross's, William Ross's comment. This would be a conversation that we would have had at the Parks and Recs Commission or in other commissions in advance of this meeting, and we would have less problems in discussing this.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and I think we want to go to Ms. Garvey, but I will sort of preface it by saying we seem to have some agreement with respect to the stairs and those stairs at the bottom near the Mount Vernon connection not being there anymore, and that we would go straight up to avoid the conflict. I'm sure we will have to figure out procedurally what's the appropriate way to handle that, but let's not snatch defeat from the jaws of victory on this issue. So, Ms. Garvey, do you have questions on this one, or want to go?
I think I'm really where you just left off. My question was going to be, I think it's pretty clear. Actually, my question is, has our staff kind of reviewed it? Because it's kind of, anybody who's biked there and knows the slant and how when you're on a bike and you're going downhill and you tend to just, how dicey that would be. I can get that it theoretically looks like a nice design, but I don't think it will work. And I appreciate people catching that. So what's the next process? Does this come back, this particular design? I assume you will work with our staff and that they will be looking at this, and that will be something that will be taken. I think you guys can work it out. I just want to make sure that, yes, it's built into the process and there's going to be a good look at it and a lot of reworking on that particular element. And I just don't know what the process is. I was going to try to verify what it was. Maybe that's for a question for our staff, actually.
Yeah, I don't know whether it would be, is that Ms. Sontag, Ms. Gabor, or Mr. Manager? I'm not quite sure who on staff would be process-wise could speak to this next. Probably Ms. Sontag, but I'm not sure. Mr. Schreiber has appeared.
See who unmutes.
Yes, Mr. Schreiber. Did you want to speak to this?
Sure, thank you. So good evening, this is Aaron Tribe with the Planning Division, and I'll help Ms. Sontag on this. If the board is so inclined to remove that conflict point with those stairs, I would recommend you could include that in your motion. The reason being that, per Ms. Garvey's question, the next steps following approval, should that be the case, they still need to submit a civil engineering plan and a final landscape plan. So if there is included in the motion for approval to remove that, that's something that they could then just include with their civil engineering plan and their final landscape plan. And then we would just look at how that area is treated otherwise, with most likely with some type of landscaping buffer to ensure that there's nobody going from the Mount Vernon Trail directly into the water park. It's the same thing. I think you could remove and also just allow for additional planting for that section between the VRE connection and the Mount Vernon Trail to, again, avoid further conflicts, that area right there. But again, those are things that we could pick up in the administrative plan review following site plan amendment approval.
Okay, and you'd work that with our commission, at least the by commission too, a little bit, go back and let people take another look at it, I assume, Mr. Sharper? Would you do that?
If that is part of the board's direction, that could be, but generally civil engineering plan and final landscape plan review is an administrative action. But if there is a request for further review, that's something that could be addressed.
Okay. I guess I usually don't like to go there, but it kind of feels like a good idea. I'm just a little distressed in some ways that it got this far without picking that up. And maybe I'm not understanding it, but having been there, I can see immediately what people are saying, and I hadn't really focused on it before tonight like I probably should have. So it worries me a little bit that it got this far. So maybe having that particular item come back, and we'll have to figure out how to put that in a motion. I'm sure people will work it out. But I don't want to say right now, you have to remove the stairs, you have to do such and such. I just make it safe and have it reviewed for safety and make sure that it works, whatever, solution you all come up with. So.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. There's two issues raised there. One is whether we would put in a motion the removal of the stairs in the little connector. And I see Mr. McIsaac our attorney is ready to speak. Mr. McIsaac.
Great. I was going to go to him.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just sent out some language. It seems to me that the conditions probably need to be revised to just address this point in particular, because I know I'm talking to staff now when I'm saying this. Condition 58B11A talks about, the January 5, 2021 plans, and I think you probably want to, it basically says this connection point is going to be designed according to those plans. I think you need to add some sentence that says, that the developer is going to revise those plans to address the pedestrian bicycle conflicts, in a manner satisfactory to ultimately the manager. And I did send some language over. Even the clerk has it right now. If you want to put that up, we can tinker with it perhaps. But I do think something more explicit needs to be done to the conditions.
Thank you. That works for me, Mr. McIsaac and Mr. Chair. Thank you. If we can take a look at that. Maybe should we just do it now? It's up to you, Matt.
Sure. No, let's let's go ahead and put the language up. I don't know if Ms. Crystal, you had a hand up, or is that a vestigial hand?
Well, it is a hand a little bit on this issue, and my comment is not incompatible with putting the language up. So by all means, let's do that. I think what I'm struggling with a little bit is, as multiple folks have raised tonight, we are sort of doing this without the benefit of our civic groups who most have the expertise on this, which is to say particularly the pedestrian advisory, bike advisory, transportation commission, right? And so, I think this has been resolved to my satisfaction, eliminating the connection between the two and eliminating the stair. But I do feel a little remiss to not have some exploration, right, of like, well, if we're gonna eliminate the stair, then do we keep the connection between the two for those handful of VRE riders who might actually get on the trail next or come from the trail? Sure. And so, yeah, I mean, I am trying to figure out whether this needs an additional board hearing. It strikes me, for instance, if we're doing subject to final approval by the manager, some of our advisory groups advise the manager, right? So maybe there is some opportunity to use that as an avenue. I just hate for us to sort of say, well, we've resolved it as the 5 board members here without having had those insights is the heartburn I wanted to raise. That's not very solutions oriented, but.
Sure.
Could I respond to that?
Well, sure. I also want to bring in Mr. Schwartz because he has raised his hand and he may have an idea that seeks to address this.
I've been shaking my head the whole time because I think that I want to ask the applicant if a 2-month delay bringing it back to the board would be a problem, because I think I appreciate the board trying to figure this out, but I always get anxious trying to address a lot of this on the dais. I feel like things are upside down, and I would much prefer to have Parks and Rec and even the, I'm gonna, Pam Van Hine is one of my heroes. I need to have her weigh in on this in one of my advisory groups, and have it then come to the board. And another reason is I get uncomfortable with having advisory groups get into the post-approval process, not because I think there's anything wrong with that. It's just that it's not we don't have systems set up where it makes it that easy. So I would propose deferring this for a period of time and coming back with a design that takes into account all the concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I see a couple of starts of head nods, and certainly that seemed like the direction of Ms. Crystal and Mr. Karantonis. I didn't know more broadly, there's a public easement that is being provided where it's currently private land. So I at least recognize that. I don't know if it's Mr. Whitmore or Ms. Mosley, probably Mr. Whitmore, who I'd like to see if there are particular concerns with that, or Mr. Kelly, I don't know.
Ted, are you on?
Yeah, I am. Give me just a second. Mr. Kelly got knocked off, so I can speak to him about that, and we'll pipe up in just a moment if we can.
Sure, got it. Then I will. There may be other issues, but if we are deciding to delay this, Mr. Dorsey, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Mr. Karantonis.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to voice support for the solution that Mr. Schwartz mentioned. I'll remind you all that this is just one of a number of issues that have been raised, and I think a fair characterization of this, and I hope people don't take it as being defamatory, but this is not a fully baked plan yet. And there's a lot of interest in seeing the fully baked and articulated best vision for what this could be. And so I think the benefit of a little bit more time to not only have the development team pencil it out, but also to get the appropriate feedback from an engaged community is just well warranted in making sure that we've got the best guidance possible for staff when they do move to the phase where they provide some administrative checkoffs. So if a delay doesn't produce unintended consequences, I don't see why in the world why we shouldn't pursue it here.
Thank you. I think you just took us from majority to consensus, but I want to just, Mr. Whitmore, I mean, my sense is that there's a willingness that preceded this evening to work on these issues, and it now seems to me as though a delay so that we could follow our process would be our preference. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk with Mr. Kelly or not.
Sure. And I'd point out and maybe propose one thing, because I understand what everyone's getting at here and the desire to have this plan baked in some ways some more. I do think most of the comments that I've heard, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, do relate to these two trails, right? To the VRE and MPT trails. And so my thought in doing this is to maybe be able to split this approval out in some way, that we will come back on that specific issue, because what I do want to do is focus on the things that are concerning both the community and the board members. What I'd rather not do is create another panoply of issues and not focus on that one that is really seems to be everyone's concern. And I saw Mr. Schwartz nodding vigorously in assent to this.
I don't think so.
I was shaking my head in a negative fashion.
Right.
Well, I think, colleagues, unless there is particular objection, I think that well put before us, Mr. Whitmore, but I'm be inclined to this time pass unless there are colleagues who have different concerns. Ms. Garvey?
I'd just like to move defer. I'm not hearing real heartburn from Mr. Whitmore, so I'd just like to move deferral until we got a lot to do tonight to our March meeting. And I'll just toss in a thought that when you do look at that, among other issues, that you think about Vision Zero, because as Ms. Crystal's brought up, there's still people they're going to be crossing over. People are going to do what they're going to do. And the whole design needs to think about that and make it safe. So,
yeah.
I don't know if that's where we are, but I'll move deferral until March. Otherwise, there's a lot good. So,
yeah, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So there is a second motion and a second. I think you may have already spoken to it, Ms. Garvey. Did you want to say anything else to the motion for deferral? We can certainly have.
That's fine. I mean, to emphasize that I think overall this is great and it's a wonderful project, and we just need to work out this one little thing. I know Mr. Whitmore is concerned probably that other things will come up, and they might, but I think the real concern was this one item, and I think a couple months to just get that all worked out should get us in a good place, perhaps. And that'll be my speaking motion.
So just to clarify, the motion, as I understand it, was to defer to 2 months to the March meetings, and just checking with colleagues. Did anyone else want to speak to the motion? Ms. Crystal?
I just want to say, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please, Mr. Carantonis.
Just a second. Sorry, I just want to say that this gives us also some time to address what Dr. Green and I don't remember who else mentioned that we still are working on the bicycle plan for the sector, right? And that this is a major asset. It's a very critical asset. The innovation that the applicant brings to this asset is significant. Therefore, I think we have to make an extra effort to get it right all together in one piece. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. I actually was going to be even more pointed about it and just see before we left the topic if anybody from our staff team wanted to give us an update about when we could expect to see that public engagement begin on the Crystal Drive bike facility. Don't all speak at once.
Sorry, I guess that's Ms. Sontag or...
No, Joanne Gabor is begging to speak.
This is Joanne Gabor with DES. To answer your question, we are planning to start public engagement on the Crystal City Bike Network in the next 1 to 2 months. And then we will hopefully move that through efficiently and have all the community support. And then we can use that to move forward with the rest of the site plans.
Okay, great. Thank you. I hope we can aim for closer to the 1 rather than 1 to 2 months. Thank you. I just wanted to say one very specific thing, which is I think there's a condition in there right now with regard to the 2 trails that says that each of the trails will connect to both of the entrances, 11C. So that probably needs some attention as this works its way through the process. And then I just wanted to say, I appreciate Mr. Whitmore's asking it. I like others have said, don't love the idea of carving out, any elements from further review. I think we need to keep it intact. But I will say, I always find it helpful with deferrals to sort of express what it is that I hope will change before it comes back or evolve further. And so for my part, it really is very specifically about the conflicts we've been discussing between VRE and the Mount Vernon Trail access with hopefully more insight from our citizen experts. I know we've heard other concerns about, whether this should be more passive or less retail oriented. I think, our sector plan guidance is pretty clear here that not only is this a privately owned facility, but it is envisioned to have the retail programming. So for my part, I don't think I know I'm not sending this back to revisit the sort of questions about what this should be. And for my part, I really would like to see better resolution and community engagement on those specific conflict points. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. That's helpful. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Ms. Crystal, I agree that we need to be very specific coming out of here at what needs to have further work and consideration. Clearly, as has been acknowledged by most, that this is overall a very important improvement to the area. We love a lot of the amenity, or I at least love a lot of the amenities that are planned. There are a few specific points of conflict and concern that we'd like to see further work done. And I want to make sure it doesn't get lost. There's also, at least my desire, to have more extensive offering of possible ways to treat the conflict that's also apparent at the entrance of the site off of Crystal Drive, in addition to some of the other specific concerns that have been mentioned by our public hearing testimony this evening. So I think the universe of issues is pretty small and narrow and are all solvable. So I hope that our guidance is not to look at this from the ground up, but to take these particular points of concern and make sure the best work goes into mitigating any issues.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So for my part, I agree with colleagues. I do wonder if at that entrance to the north, I'm very pleased that we will have, I fully hope and expect that we would have the public process with Mr. Ross's chair to have an opportunity to look at this. Given the timing, I'll be frank that I do think we need to we may not in that time to be able to be done with the bike plan, but I would like input. And so I very much appreciate that. I appreciate all the comments that folks have made. There will be additional public process where those who testified on this will have an opportunity to provide, as Ms. Crystal said, their citizen expertise, which is honestly the case. So with that, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Ms. Garvey's motion to defer to the March County Board meeting, unless there's objections from Mr. McIsaac or Mr. Schwartz, I'll call for a vote on that. Ms. Garvey? Sorry, Ms. Garvey, yes? Sorry, on mute?
Yeah, mute. Yes, aye.
Aye. Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Mr. DeFranti votes aye as well. Thank you. We do look forward to this issue coming back to us in March. I'm mindful of the discussion, and we hope this discussion is reflected in the process going forward. I believe that is all on this item, unless I think we will go on to the next item, which is item 38, a request.
Yes.
I would, sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead and call that
Item 38 is a request to advertise a public hearing on proposed amendments to the county's towing ordinance, Chapter 14.3 of the Arlington Code.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Caitlin Thomas is here to make a presentation, assisted by Ben Aiken of the County Manager's Office. Ms. Thomas.
Hello, Chair DeFranti, members of the County Board. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm Caitlin Thomas in the County Manager's Office, Constituent Services Manager and Co-Towing Staff Coordinator with Ben Aiken. I'm here to present on the proposed amendments to the towing ordinance. We are offering a recommendation to authorize the advertisement of a public hearing to amend the towing ordinance. These recommendations and changes are being offered after they were reviewed by the Trespass Towing Advisory Board and county staff. The purpose of amending our towing ordinance is really threefold: to reconcile portions of the towing ordinance with the Virginia State Code, enhance consumer protections, and increase maximum towing fees. I will now jump into those three buckets. Regarding changes to reconcile with state code, language was added to confirm the trespass towing ordinance does not apply to police, fire, public health, or wrecked vehicles. The definition of agent was added, as well as language to clarify that written authorization is not needed if a written contract is already in place, and the current fine for violations of this ordinance of $1,000 is unenforceable because the county has not been given that authority by the state, and therefore is recommended to be removed. A Class 4 misdemeanor is allowed, which is a $250 fine for any violation of this code. In the consumer protection bucket, the requirements on towing signage has been simplified. Duplicative wording has been consolidated to avoid confusion. The intent of this change is for signs to clearly state when towing is in effect. The requirements for storage facilities were strengthened. This includes adequate lighting, a physical structure for accepting payments, allowing the breakdown of fees to be displayed in a written list, which would satisfy the signage requirement, and not requiring storage lots to be open if there are not any vehicles stored from Arlington County. Under transparency and accountability, a requirement for towing operators to display placards on their rear windows is recommended. These placards would clearly display all towing fees. This is mostly relevant to situations in which a resident can recover their vehicle before it is removed from its parked location. A requirement for receipts to include the email and postal address of the towing operator was added, and if requested by the vehicle owner, information about the persons who authorized the tow from the towing contract, as well as photographs, would now be required to be sent via mail or email. Now for the bucket of towing fee changes. Per state code, the definition of immobilization was updated to include barnacles and to allow for a $25 removal fee. And I'm going ahead, and I get that I've gotten this question a few times, so I'm just going ahead and jump, and this is what a barnacle looks like. It is now allowed to be used in Arlington. I will jump back. The TTAB has voted unanimously to recommend the base tow fee be increased from the current maximum of $135 to the state permitted maximum of $150. Along with the base tow fee, the additional fees for nights, weekends, and holidays are being recommended to be increased from $25 to $30. I want to note that no more than 2 additional fees can be charged at one time. This will effectively increase the current maximum tow fee from $185 to $210, and that would is if the tow occurs during times when those 2 fees can be charged. The county manager has recommended reducing the in lieu of towing fee, also known as the drop fee, from $25 to $10. This is when a resident is able to retrieve their car before it is towed away. The TTAB has been apprised of this recommendation, but has not formally met or voted on it. This recommendation is made to benefit consumers while also considering the impact to the towing industry. The change is considered reasonable and fair due to minimal expected operational and fiscal effects in the towing industry. As far as public engagement is concerned, 2 virtual TTAB meetings were held in 2020 when only 1 is required by state code, and no public comment was heard at either. We have disseminated the proposed changes to the towing listserv, which has a little over 1,000 recipients. Staff has reached out directly to the Chamber of Commerce and walked through the proposal. Staff intends to hold a brief TTAB meeting to solicit their input on the manager's proposed change to the drop or in lieu of towing fee prior to the February County Board meeting. And regarding fiscal impact, there is potential for fiscal impact due to fines issued for violations, but we can't provide an estimate, and staff believes it would be negligible. All of the towing fees mentioned, except for the misdemeanor charge, are private transactions, and the county's role is regulatory. And that completes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Very much appreciate presentation and the conversation. I do not believe there are any advisory group representatives. The discussion is now with the board. I have a hand from Ms. Garvey. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm feeling like I'm on a roll, Mr. Chair. Would you accept a motion?
Sure, happy to accept a motion. So we could still have discussion afterwards, but let's.
Absolutely. So I'd like to move that we authorize advertisement for public hearing to be held at the County Board's February 20, 2021 meeting on proposed amendments to the county's towing ordinance, Chapter 14.3 of the Arlington County Code, set forth in the attachment of the staff report. And do I have to have the date of this dated January 21st? So I don't to speak to it. It seems to make sense.
Second.
I think it's helpful.
Yeah, we got a second from Mr. Dorsey. Go ahead, Ms.
Sorry, I didn't even wait for that. Thank you. I think this makes sense and would be helpful to our residents. And it's just an advertisement. It'll be back again next month. Thanks.
Thank you. So I see a hand from Ms. Crystal.
Yep. I'm prepared to vote for it because, of course, it's an RTA, and what I think we need is some public conversation on it, and that's exactly what the action is. I do respect very much our staff's hard work on this, but I'm not sure I would characterize all of it as beneficial to Arlington consumers, particularly the higher tow fees. I think those who are longstanding observers of this issue know that a few years ago, the General Assembly mandated the composition of our trespass tow advisory group. So while most of our advisory groups are intended to represent a broad swath of different perspectives, this is one group that is statutorily limited from having more than one citizen voice, for example. So that is not to impugn those who do serve, and I know in recent years we've had some new members of the trespass tow industry step up. We're grateful for their service, but I really would like some more input from a broader swath of Arlingtonians before I am comfortable voting to adopt any of these. So in that spirit, actually not dissimilar, although very different substantively from our prior item, would just like to encourage our staff to perhaps do a presentation to the Transportation Commission or others who may be able to bring some of those broader perspectives ahead of the board hearing next month. It's not an amendment to the motion or anything, but a suggestion. So again, prepared to vote for the advertisement, but certainly looking forward to hearing from more members of the public before we act next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. I appreciate you surfacing that. I mean, I do feel it's important with our request to advertise to at least help get enough attention and conversation. So we'll continue that. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to say that I'm positively intrigued by the proposed changes, and do note that the TTAB, as constructed, that does include a citizen voice, recommended that these move forward. I think, while increased towing fees are, something to be of concern, I think the primary concern for me is that exists within an era where predatory towers are allowed to proliferate. And this proposal offers some protections against predatory towing, which I'm really thrilled to see. So I'm anxious for the conversation that balances those perspectives and appreciate the work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the line of argument that Ms. Crystal has already opened, to be honest, one thing concerns me a lot, and this is on slide 2, I think, or I don't remember when the presentation was saying that there was. That despite the fact that TTAP has 1,000 recipients on their mailing list, there were 2 meetings and there was no public comment, 0 public comment. This is probably further down. I have the slide here. It's probably for some reason all slides have a number 2 on them. So that's really not non-public input at this point. I'm comfortable with a motion at this moment, but I'm not comfortable. I need to understand why exactly the increase in fees is requested. What is behind that? What drives that, etc. And while I agree with Mr. Dorsey that provisions against predatory towing are more present, I do think that we can do a little bit better. So I'm looking forward to the dynamic conversation about the topic at the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I'll just say that I appreciate staff's bringing this forward, and it doesn't I am concerned about predatory towing. I do think that there are some consumer protections in this. It is not completely unusual in my view that we might not have had a ton of conversation to this point. I think staff has been thorough. Appreciate, Ms. Thomas, your work, and that doesn't mean that I won't be eager and hopeful that we will have additional conversation over the coming months. So with that, we will call for and a more robust discussion next month. So with that, I'll call for a vote on this. Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The request to authorize passes, and we will see you on this matter next month. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I believe we're on to the next item, which Madam Clerk, would you call?
Item 44, authorize the county manager to accept a donation of goods and services from US Ignite for the purpose of implementing a safety and innovation zone demonstration project.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Making the presentation this evening, back after a few-hour break, is Holly Hartel. And then we have Chief Pavlitz from the Fire Department to assist with some of the questions if needed. So over to you, Ms. Hartel.
Great. Thank you again for your time. I appreciate it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, board members. I also want to say thank you. I have, in addition to Chief Pavlitz, several members of our team who are going to be participating at points in the presentation. I just want to make sure I acknowledge Bill Wallace, who is chairman of the board of directors of US Ignite, Luis De Silva, who is executive director of the Commonwealth Cyber Initiative, and Doug Guthrie, who is senior vice president from Comcast, focusing on smart cities and rural broadband. So with that, let me share my presentation. If you give me 1 second. All right. It's coming. Okay. So I said, thank you very much for your time. So where we are, I want you to imagine a couple of scenarios. So imagine there's a sports team that has had a big win. And we're not going to say the name of the team because we don't want to offend anyone. But there's movement in the group. Is it something that we should be concerned about or not? Or imagine you're walking on your own late at night and no one's around. You accidentally trip and fall. Who can assist you? And I apologize for my dog in the background. Or imagine a fire alarm goes off. Is it an actual fire or is it another type of emergency? So the question we're asking is, and what we want to consider is, how can technology assist us with the deployment of our public safety resources? So we'll be walking through the project proposal, starting with the value that we're looking to achieve with the effort, a high-level discussion around the project, and an introduction to the team who will support the county through the endeavor. What we're asking is that the board approve the receipt of a donation of goods and services to make this project happen. So the benefits from the customer perspective, we started this summer, the county was presented with an opportunity to partner on a pilot. It was of interest to us because it would allow the county to understand a little bit better, more about some of these terms that you hear often around in technology: artificial intelligence, cloud, sensors, privacy, cybersecurity. And if we did a pilot, we would be able to explore and understand this a little bit better in a small scale. We wanted to achieve outcomes that would help us to determine the near and long-term initiatives and how we might leverage these. We wanted to understand the value of how it could potentially add to our existing processes and enhance them. And we wanted to consider what other applications these technologies may have. So we approached public safety and we asked them to identify areas of priorities that would help us to find the best way to keep everybody safe. Through our discussion, we identified 3 target areas: crowd safety, public health, and public safety. So the crowd safety is focused on improving pedestrian flow and safety by improving awareness and erratic and unpredictable behaviors. From a public health perspective, it was improving detection of environmental shifts and understanding how those environmental shifts might necessarily need to be impacted. And then from a public safety, it was understanding, I'm sorry, you messed up the words. Public health, it was improving the detection of medical response times and determining when residents needed assistance. Sorry, so it's public health and public safety. So as we identified the outcomes we were looking to achieve, we worked with public safety to focus on what were the use cases that were going to help us dive into and prove out and understand what the impact was. So we settled on a number of existing use cases to help us understand how we could move forward. The first was around pedestrian safety, and that was going to be people counting. So they're looking at the crowd size and the flow and understanding, is there an erratic behavior or an unexpected movement? We also are going to be looking at fall detection, sound detection, and environmental shifts. The fall detection would be focusing on, like I said, if someone has fallen and it's a prolonged fall, what is a prolonged fall and what needs to happen? From a sound detection perspective, being able to understand when there is a real cry for help or when there is just joyful noise coming from a crowd. And then environmental shifts, there are actually particles that are in the air that you are able to sense maybe before a fire alarm or know that something is happening to help us be aware of where there actually might be a real fire or some other element in the air that we should be aware of. So the thought was first to focus on people counting and work in developing those use cases, and then if things are going well, to expand into subsequent phases. Chief Povlitz, do you want to add any detail or your perspective at this point?
Thank you, Harley, and also Mr. Chair, members of the board. I appreciate this is a very interesting opportunity. On behalf of Acting Police Chief Andy Penn and Public Safety Communications and Emergency Manager Director Aaron Miller, we all concur that, and we feel confident that this innovation zone can improve public and also responders' safety. So the examples that Holly discussed, these are just the starts. This is an effort to speed things up where seconds and minutes count. And also, if we can gain perspective, if the emergency communicators or the watch desk can gain information intelligence to send the right resource in the right place in timely fashion, that really accelerates us operationally and also safety-wise. So as all these systems come together, this is just a start, and we hope we have a successful test and we can build this out through the county in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Povlitz.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hartel.
Trying to move to the next slide.
Oh, no problem. Thank you, Chief Povlitz.
Lost my movement. So I apologize. Let's try this a different way. There we go. Okay. So let's talk about the process and the data flow and the user experience. So really trying to think about how will this work from a user perspective. So what we will be doing is installing sensors, replacing light fixtures with light fixtures that include sensors in them. The sensors will be able to detect information based on the use cases that we've identified, and the data will flow through the network to eventually end up on a dashboard that will be in the watch desk. And they will be able to, based on indicators, take action, incorporate what needs to happen into their existing processes. Most of the community will not be directly impacted by this effort. Most people are going to walk under the lights and they're going to think they're regular lights. It's only the odd things that will be detected and that we will be looking to try to capture. Part of what I think is also important to understand is what does the data look like? I want to emphasize that there are no images that are retained, that all of the information that is flowing and that we are capturing is all text only, and it's only based on the use cases that I had suggested up above. There will not be any individual information, no personally identifiable information, no use of cell phones. Everything will be anonymous, so you will not ever at any point be able to identify an individual person. So where is the project located? So the project is going to be on Wilson Boulevard, an area of Clarendon. It's actually the 2900 block of Wilson Boulevard. There will be a number of light fixtures that will be replaced with the new light fixtures that Comcast will be providing. The reason the location was suggested was because it is an urban area that has a lot of different types of traffic during different times of the day. So you have a vibrant business district. You also have, even now, a still pretty active restaurant and pedestrian activity that's happening in the area, in addition to having the flow of traffic and bikes and other things that are moving around. What we will be doing is looking at this area and using the county-owned light poles, which was another area that was of interest because we own the infrastructure. There's also proximity to Comcast infrastructure. All of the different elements of the different building size, the density, helped us to decide that this was really a best location for us to try something in a relatively safe space and to allow a learning opportunity that we would be able to evolve and move forward on. One of the things I want to highlight is that the project is supposed to take 12 months. We've divided it into a number of different phases. In the first phase, we will be focusing on refining the use cases and making sure the project is structured that will allow us to explore not only the technology, but how we're trying to understand the outcomes that we're looking to try to achieve. Like I said, we're starting small. Maybe better understand the quality of the data that's being transmitted, the speed of the data that's being transmitted, to make sure the coverage area where we think we're gathering the information and what it actually is giving us is what we're looking to try to capture. Once we have this ideation phase, we're calling it, we'll then move into a learning phase. This is where the use cases and the data dashboards, let's see how this works. How is it actually impacting the services that we are providing? Is it giving us an outcome? Is it helpful? After we spend about 6 months doing that, we'll start to evaluate, okay, was this something that we want to look to do? Are there other areas that we should be focusing on within the county that this might be able to service? Are there other examples or are there other situations where this technology might also be useful and might apply? I think it's also important for us to understand that, as we're moving forward, making sure we're defining the appropriate dashboards to analyze the information, making sure the metrics are determined, and making sure that assessment is thoughtful and coming from not only the county, but from our various partners is really important to us. One thing I also want to mention, we had discussed this when we were thinking about the location, and we think about it from the equity lens. I want to go back to something I had said earlier. I said this location was selected because of the building, the amount of traffic, but I also think the fact that we are looking at something that is anonymized, that you cannot tell a person, when you're thinking about public safety response, I think we're removing the potential for any information about a person to impact some of the public safety responses that would be happening. So I want to talk a little bit about the partnerships. I think what's really important to provide context on is that, we've done a lot of great things at the county. We're capable of achieving a lot of great success. But we're working with a number of partners who not only have a deep background, but also provide a different lens and a different perspective, not only on the project, but specifically on the area of data privacy and security. You've heard, you will continue to hear that we have made data privacy and security a core tenet of what we're including from the very beginning of the project to make sure as we're moving forward into this area that the community is comfortable with what we're doing. So I first want to highlight US Ignite. So US Ignite is an innovation nonprofit that has been working with many, many different local governments to help connect local governments to with business with different companies and products, but making sure that you're driving the need from the community perspective, not from the technology perspective. They will be responsible not only from the input into the data privacy and security, but also they are ultimately responsible for the project management. And I have the pleasure of having Bill Wallace on the line, and I would like for him to take a few moments to say a few words.
Sure. Thanks very much, Holly. Very briefly, US Ignite is a high-tech public-private nonprofit with a mission to accelerate the smart community movement via a National Science Foundation inspired program called Smart Gigabit Communities. With a selection of Arlington to join this program and work with us, Arlington will join 37 other communities that collaborate to develop services to address key challenges like traffic, crowd, and pedestrian safety. In addition, Arlington will benefit through the participation with us through sharing of best practices in smart community and innovations and toolkits, identification of economic development opportunities, access to federal funding sources, and national recognition. We've enjoyed working with you and your team so far with Jack and the rest of everybody in the team. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Bill. I want to move on next to Luis Da Silva and the Commonwealth Cyber Initiative. So I'll let Luis dive into some of the more details around what CCI, as we refer to it, is. But I think there's highlights that they're a governors-funded university partnership. And so Luis is a wireless expert. However, there are a number of people that he has access to that will participate in our project and give us input and guidance as we're moving forward, not only in the initial planning and policy aspect, but in the assessment and kind of as we're going through each different phase of the effort to continually be sitting with us. So they will be responsible for the validating that we are meeting the county standards for data privacy and security. And Louise, if you want to add a few things.
Thank you very much, Holly. So as you mentioned, the CCI is funded by the Commonwealth. There are about 300 researchers throughout more than 30 institutions of higher education in Virginia that are part of CCI. And we all work in areas related to cybersecurity, autonomous systems, and artificial intelligence. So we are going to be involved from the beginning, as Holly mentioned, in this project. And some of our experts in privacy and smart communities are going to then be part of the team from the earliest phases of the project. Our mission includes research, innovation, and workforce development. So we see this as a living lab where we can bring in our expertise and hopefully spur some innovation and some workforce development as well.
Thank you very much, Luis. And then our next partner is Comcast. And most of you are familiar with Comcast as the internet service provider in Arlington County. However, Comcast has had a significant investment in an innovation line of business, and that's who we're working with for this effort. They are responsible not only for providing the light fixtures, but also the network infrastructure. And as I mentioned before, they have a vested interest in making sure that this works out, but they also have a different perspective that I think will also be helpful for us around data privacy and security. So Doug, if you don't mind introducing and saying a few words.
Thank you, Holly, and great job leading up to this. And thank you to Jack Belcher for all his effort. I represent Comcast in developing our smart city strategy. Our focus is on utilizing existing networks and enhancing them with new technologies in the hopes of benefiting municipalities and other smart connected spaces. Much of our focus has been on energy, lighting, and connectivity, and we are having these pilots deployed in several states, which we hope will inform our approach. I'd like to also thank Bill Wallace and US Ignite for bringing the idea to us and having us be a partner in this collaboration with the county and the safety and innovation pilot. I think there's going to be some great learnings from the public-private partnership, and I believe that we're going to be successfully deploying innovative technologies that serve the residents, but also safeguard privacy. We're going to be adhering to the privacy by design principles, providing transparency, and ensuring secure and ethical privacy and data transfer. Obviously, we were excited about encouraging this third-party independent oversight. And most importantly, we're going to be communicating what the cases are, our processes, our timelines, the project launch, any modifications to the pilot, and when the pilot will shut down. So we hope there'll be opportunities to expand on deployments, of course, but we're focused first and foremost on gaining the learnings and sharing our findings along the way.
Thank you very much, Doug. I appreciate it. And I think I want to make sure I say a huge thank you for everybody who've been here to speak for us. And then I also want to talk about the county role. So our role, I think, is also very critical. Not only so we will be responsible for the installation of the fixtures, but the creation of the data dashboards and the integration of that information into existing processes within public safety. And then as we work through the project itself, we are responsible for looking at the results and then determining what the recommendation would be, an assessment of how we think we should be moving forward and what the impact is for the county. So as you've heard everybody talk to the data privacy and security, as I've mentioned before, and we've all mentioned, so this is a clear effort of ours to make sure that we are starting this correctly, considering the data privacies. One of the areas that we started with that we've outlined principles for the project, we're calling them the data privacy do's and don'ts. Very basic, but I think they succinctly can explain how we're organizing ourselves around the area of data privacy and security. So the first thing is I had mentioned the use cases that we're working on, that we're only looking to collect data specifically related to those use cases. So there will be no additional information that is collected just because it might be nice to have. We're also, and you might have heard this phrase before, building privacy by design. And what we're saying is basically from the very beginning, we're integrating privacy into all aspects of the project and how we're considering what we're doing. One of the perfect examples is understanding that there's no image data retained, only computer or text information, and only anonymous information that we're keeping. On the community engagement side, we've had conversations with several of the impacted stakeholders, such as the Clarendon Alliance and some of the civic associations that are in proximity to the project, like the Clarendon Courthouse Civic Association in Lion Village. But we plan on spending more time and expanding on what we're doing in the very near future with them. In addition, we are going to be standing up a web page that will provide not only project updates, but a little bit more context, FAQs about what we mean when we're talking about privacy and data security. The other piece that I want to make sure, and I will talk about this in the don'ts, but we've referred to it as we were walking through, is everybody who was on this call representing the different organizations, including the county, will be part of a privacy data oversight panel. And that panel will be meeting once again to look over and formally assess and make recommendations as we're moving forward. So what are we not doing? We're not diverging from the do's. We're also not recording or retaining any images. We're not going to make any changes to what we're doing unless we have to consider something, but then it has to go through the data privacy panel. I'm not saying we're looking to make changes, but as you dive into the details of a project, this is where it's important that we're setting the structure up at the very beginning, because as we continue to move through, we already have a cadence and a relationship and an expectation of how that engagement will work to keep them informed and keep us focusing on what's the appropriate thing for us to do. And then the final piece is that we're not going to be giving up management of the data types and collected, that will be something that we will be managing ourselves. So the final things I want to leave you with, so the financial impact, we're really lucky right now. So we're, as we're moving forward on this, the partnership with US Ignite, CCI, and Comcast, what we're ending up with is a donation of goods and services for the light fixtures, as well as the time of US Ignite to help provide project management oversight. We will be engaging with the community stakeholders, as I mentioned before, on the pilot as it's moving forward. We will have our project site that will be up to share information. And at the end of the pilot, we'll move forward with our assessment and recommendations to the county manager. And then we'll decide where we're going from there. The message that I want you to take away with and leave you with is that this is a great opportunity for us to test these technologies, and you've heard mentioned so often, and to really understand how do these benefit the county. Granted, it's looking at a relatively small scale, but we think that's the appropriate approach at this point of where we are, and that will help us educate more on the details of the technology and understand really much more thoroughly of what we should be considering in the processes in the future. We are only going to be looking at data use cases, and then we are also only looking at data. It's all going to be anonymous. And then finally, we already have a set of county data privacy principles, and we will be following those county data privacy principles. So our ask is, as I said earlier, is for the approval of the donation of goods and services for us to execute on this project. And thank you very much for your time, and thank you again for everybody for participating.
Thank you, Ms. Hartel. Madam Clerk, I don't believe we have any public speakers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so the discussion is now with the board. I go to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to make a motion. That is the rare presentation where I'm left with no questions. So if that's true of others, I will move that the county board authorize the county manager to accept a donation of goods and services from US Ignite valued at approximately $90,000 for the purpose of implementing a safety and innovation zone demonstration project, substantially in conformance with the project described in attachment A of the staff report dated January 15, 2021.
Second.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Dorsey. It's been moved and seconded, and we will. Did you want to speak to your motion, Mr. Dorsey?
I think the key messages that Ms. Hartel left us with on the last slide are the key takeaways here, and I look forward to learning what this project delivers for us and having a robust conversation after the evaluation period. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey, and then Mr. Karantonis.
Similar. I'm really pleased with all the emphasis on privacy. That's really great, and I think we're working on a privacy policy that we're going to be getting soon, and that's important to do. But it's very reassuring, and I don't have any questions now. But I expect to have a lot of questions when you start coming back with the data and the information, and I look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As opposed to Mr. Dorsey, this is the one presentation that I could have like an encyclopedia of questions, but I'm not going to torture you with that, Ms. Hartel. I'm really very concerned. I worked with GE Streets. I mean, I know that we don't need here to really, we're not going to discover novelties. Maybe for Arlington, it will be interesting to see how, existing implemented technology with many problems have been, how it plays out in our context. And I'm not averse to, wading into that. What I really want to know is how this privacy data oversight panel will be overseeing that, and how far this, who is part of this panel, who nominates that, who controls that. You mentioned somewhere the magic word independent oversight. I think the gentleman with Comcast meant that. For me, this is absolutely critical.
I think that's for Ms. Hartel.
Yeah, yes. So as I mentioned, there will be members from CCI, Comcast, US Ignite, as well as the county. And then we would look for representatives, a representative from, say, ITAC to participate, to keep it and look at other community members to consider being part of the panel. But I think that the important piece is that we're setting up a establishment of the panel at the very beginning so we can work through and ensure that there is a governance structure and what the expectation is. Because at the very beginning of the project, I think it's going to be easy. But it's as you start working through some of the more challenging elements that we have an opportunity to engage. The cadence and the timing of what we'll be meeting, we haven't determined yet. But that will be what we'll be diving into as we move forward in the project. And I don't know, so Bill and Doug, if you or Luis, if you want to add anything about the expectation from the privacy panel.
I would just
add.
Go ahead, Doug.
Just on behalf of Comcast, that we're very focused on privacy and security. We have top experts within our legal team, and we know that this is going to be a concern for any deployments of future technologies. And we are, as is the County of Arlington, involved with the Future of Privacy Forum. We want to make sure that we are at the absolute right space when it comes to privacy and security.
Yeah, I would just add that in addition to Comcast's commitment, the county has US Ignite's commitment, as well as CCI's commitment to help validate and ensure that the privacy standards the county agrees to are adhered to through this whole effort on a pilot basis.
Yeah, I hear that. Thank you for that. And I recognize the good will that you invest in this. But I am one of those who believe that data privacy is really an issue of the public interest and should never, it should be driven by the public interest and be accountable to the public interest. So that's my approach to that. I wanted just to ask another question. Comcast is the partner here. Great, thank you for that. But how did we get to choose a partner, or how did we select a partner in this case, a corporate partner for a private-public partnership?
Bill, do you want to take that one?
Sure. This is US Ignite, and we have found Comcast very willing and open to work in a public-private partnership for the benefit of the citizens of Arlington. And this is a 12-month effort to try to prove the benefit cases that we've laid out. And Comcast is willing to make the investment from day one.
Okay, thank you. Last question, I promise. Will the zone in Clarendon that the implementation will happen be signed? There will be any signage and information? Yes. So will I know that my street light listens to me if I cry help, or if I cry Alexa, bring me coffee?
So yes, there is plans for signage of the area. And in addition to that, we do have a communication plan that we're working on of how we make sure, so that I mentioned the stakeholders, but also how we're proceeding to make sure that others are aware of what's happening. Part of that includes signage. Part of that includes keeping the site updated with information. Part of it's having road shows to make sure that others are aware of not only what we're starting, but where we are in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Before, sorry, I didn't know if Luis wanted to say anything going back to the privacy side. This is a large piece of why we've invited and why we think the relationship with CCI is so important, because I think that some of the concerns that you might have, Takas, I'm going to turn it over to Luis and stop talking, but I think they have so much depth and knowledge that in addition to what everybody else is providing, that I think that the thought is, all right, let them help us, and round out an addition with their expertise. Oh, Luis, you're on mute.
Mr. De Silva.
Yes, sorry. Just to add a little bit to what everyone has said, privacy is really a key part of cybersecurity, right? And that's what we are about as researchers. And for something like smart communities, I think privacy is make or break in order to adopt any of these technologies. So our researchers are very interested in the topic of privacy as a research topic, as well as in this very concrete application of privacy to a smart community.
Thank you, Mr. Pereira. As you know, there is another continent where we have smart cities implementation, and the privacy safeguards are classes of magnitude higher than we will ever have, in the close future here in the United States. So that's all. And if I see how many PhDs are written every year on how AI treats blobs of data, then I'm not so sure that we don't need to pay extra attention to that. But I appreciate your attention to this.
Yeah, and I definitely appreciate what you're saying. My previous job before coming back to Virginia was I spent 10 years in Ireland, leading a research group there, and we dealt very closely with the city of Dublin and the Smart Communities initiatives in Dublin. And there, as you know, privacy was also of paramount importance. So I'm aware of that, and completely appreciate your concerns.
Thank you, Mr. De Silva. I think Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I had one more question risen by the conversation with Mr. Karantonis. I just want to check because at the end, I know it might have been a sort of a toss-off line, but talking about privacy, which is important. Well, so if you hear, they hear me cry for help, or Alexa hears me ask for a cup of coffee. My understanding is this pilot that we've got up here, somebody can cry for help, and that's not what activates this system. Is that correct?
So the sensors are always on. However, what we will be defining is metrics of what are we looking to try to capture. So we're not capturing and going to have voice information. We're not like Alexa. And we're not keeping it for 24 seconds. What it is we've just defined a set of parameters. Okay, if you meet that parameter, then send a notification. But we will not be saying, all right, we're capturing, this is what the person said. But this is something that occurred and it met this standard that we've defined and create the alert.
So that's helpful. But if you set it differently, it could listen. Is that what I'm hearing?
You will run algorithms.
This is why I had mentioned the website, and I think it's so easy to misconstrue or slightly misstate what it is we're intending to do. Having the website and having the single source of information and truth so that others outside of direct awareness of the project have a place to go to confirm what we're doing is so important on that communication side.
Right. But I'm going to ask my question one more time, which I should.
Sorry.
We could, yes, we could set it. There could be settings that you would hear and be able to monitor speech like Alexa does. But what you're saying is this time we're not doing that, but it could be done with this system. Is that what I'm hearing?
When you think we could do anything with technology, right? I mean, theoretically. So could you do it? Sure. Does it make sense? Could we have enough data storage to capture all that? Right. We're not.
Yeah, we're not putting up those kinds of sensors. That's what that was the answer I wanted to hear. Okay.
Sorry for the long-winded.
No, that's okay. It's just when Mr. Karantonis said that, I can see people watching the meeting and think, oh my gosh, they're going to be listening. No. And I just want to be really clear, we're not. That's what I'm hearing.
We're only looking to pick up those odd things that fit the use cases that we have defined.
All right, that helps. Thank you.
And a cry for help is an odd thing.
Yeah, but it won't be a thing.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. And thank you, Ms. Hartel. Mr. Dorsey, do you have an additional question? You're good? Okay. So just a thank you to Ms. Hartel and Mr. Wallace, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Guthrie, the partnership and your comments. I do think that it's plausible here that, with the data that we're going to receive, it's plausible that we could get there faster if someone fell down and was having an event that Chief Poblitz had to respond to. And that possibility, saving lives that way, is really exciting, as is the partnership. So I'm happy to support it. I think we've got a motion, a second, and so I will call for a vote, starting with Mr. Karantonis.
I vote no, just to make sure that, as a statement that I have my skepticism about that. That is not a vote of non-confidence to staff and to all people who have contributed to that. But I did I would like to have this hearing with public comment, with ITAC coming first in, etc. So this is why I'm not going to support it at this point.
Sure. Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye. And if I could say just a word, Mr. Chair, although I've been largely quiet, I thank you all for the presentation. And I would just suggest on the privacy piece, I think it is always simplest to try to throw up our hands in the face of concerns and massive changes in the way that we interact with each other that can pose serious considerations on things like privacy and try to stop it. I think what I have consistently appreciated our Department of Technology Services trying to do is the much harder work of saying, what are our specific concerns? How do we specifically address them? What are our policies and safeguards? How do we apply that as a lens? How do we bring it forward in a way that the public can understand, as you were noting, Ms. Hartel, with a dedicated website, weigh in on and raise specific concerns about? So while I certainly appreciate that there are privacy issues that will arise, that is baked in to the concept of this project with partners who are global experts in this area, in particular privacy, to be able to answer those questions for the community. It requires a lot more work than simply saying that we're concerned about privacy, so we're not moving forward. But I think that that is increasingly going to be the imperative for all communities, because these shifts in technology and how our private consumer choices and our public sphere choices lead us into potential conflicts between values of responsiveness on the one hand, privacy, et cetera, on the other. These questions are coming before us. And so to the extent we as Arlington County can get out ahead of them in ways that are fully transparent and provide us with opportunities to dig into those difficult trade-offs, I think the better position will be. So happy to cast that aye vote. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. I vote aye as well. The motion passes 4-1. Thank you each for explaining the project, and also thank you for the discussion. I think you have a sense of the thoughtfulness of colleagues on this issue. And with that, we'll wish you each good evening, and we will move on to our next item. Thanks to each of you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 46, the adoption of the proposed amendment to the county's emergency ordinance to authorize the temporary reduction of the annual taxi cab certificate fee for a standard taxi vehicle and waiving the certificate renewal fee for wheelchair accessible vehicles.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's over to Mr. Manager for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Angie de la Barrera, who is our lead on taxi issues, is here, along with Sarah Crawford, to take any questions. Angie will have a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, Chair and members of the board. My name is Angie de la Barrera from the Department of Environmental Services, Transportation Planning Division. I'm here to present on a temporary reduction of the annual certificate fee for taxi cabs on an emergency basis. As a background, the county has local authority to regulate the taxi cab industry under Chapter 25.1 of the County Code. Currently, there are 6 companies authorized to operate in Arlington under the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. The taxi cab companies are required to renew the certificate every year, and the annual fee per vehicle is $150. For this year, the county received 5 letters from taxi cab companies requesting to waive or lower this annual fee due to the COVID-19 pandemic. For 2020, the total number of vehicles authorized to operate was 477. 39 of those were wheelchair accessible vehicles. Compared to 2019, there were 542 vehicles. 39 of those were wheelchair accessible. For background information, the highest number was in 2017 with 847 vehicles. 97 of those were wheelchair accessible vehicles. The number of vehicles have been declining since 2017. Every January, county staff sends a bill to pay the certificate renewal fee. This is when staff gets a final number of authorized vehicles for that year. In other words, it is up to the companies to decide the number of vehicles, it can only be same or lower, that they're going to renew for that year. Here are the numbers of authorized taxicab vehicles for 2020 and the fees collected per company. The fees were $150 per vehicle. Total collected was $71,550 for the year 2020. The county manager is proposing a temporary reduction in the annual certificate fee from $150 to $50 for standard vehicles and waive the $150 for wheelchair accessible vehicles. Under this proposed fees, the county will collect $21,900 if the same number of vehicles are renewed as in 2020, for an adjustment of $49,650. In summary, the county manager recommends adopting the proposed amendment. At the February County Board meeting, the county manager will recommend permanently adopting the amendment to the county's continuity of operations ordinance. This reduction will provide significant relief for all companies and encourage keeping vehicles in service. The county recognizes that wheelchair vehicles are more costly to buy, retrofit, and maintain, while providing a much-needed service for people with disabilities. Therefore, the county is looking to incentivize further these vehicles in order to keep them operational. Today, staff received emails from two companies, one from Blue Top requesting waiving the fees since there was not much business going on in 2020, and the second email from Red Top in support of the county manager's recommendations, as this will help rebuild their business while we all wait for the vaccine. Also, staff sent an email to the Transportation Commission members with information and links to the county board report. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. De La Barrera. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do. We have two public speakers. Our first speaker is Daryl Collins, followed by Hartman Reed.
Mr. Collins.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Collins.
All right. So I respectfully thank you guys, the board, the chairman, staff for allowing us to, express our feelings on this issue. But I want to give Mr. Hartman Reed his due diligence to go first, because he's the elder of one of the oldest black cab companies in Arlington. So I want him to go first with the respect that I can follow him after he speaks. Is that possible?
Thank you, Mr. Collins. It's not our typical process. Why don't we, in this case, freeze the amount of time and go to Mr. Hartman Reed out of respect for, as we are all trying to respect our elders and seniors. So Mr. Hartman Reed, and then we'll come back to you briefly, Mr. Collins. Thank you.
Go ahead. Good evening, County Board members. My name is Hartman Reed, and I'm the owner of Crown Cab. I've been in the business for 47 years, and 46 of those years have been wonderful and profitable. This year has been devastating for my company. I hope that you, the county board, would consider eliminating the tax for this year. That is my request, that you eliminate it completely. Now I want to turn it over to my daughter, Marguerite, and let her finish my time.
You just heard from my 90-year-old dad, owner of Crown Cab. Crown is one of two Black-owned taxi companies in Arlington, both established during the 1940s and 50s, providing transportation to the two historic Black communities, Crown to Halls Hill and Friendly to Green Valley. They have continued to provide excellent service for decades. The recent COVID-19 pandemic shutdown has had a devastating effect. Our taxis relied on the cab stands at malls, restaurants, hotels, and airports. When the pandemic shut these businesses down, it negated transportation opportunities. All 37 of our taxis were forced off the street. Most owner drivers have relied on unemployment benefits and government stimulus packages to survive. The company was averaging $7,000 monthly income from stand dues. Since April 2020, the company has collected $800. Our reserve funds are being exhausted. 7 owners have been forced to give up their numbers, and the remaining owners are truly struggling financially. Crown has suffered significant losses. My siblings and I are blessed to be able to support our dad as he struggles to maintain his legacy. We were hoping the county would consider waiving the yearly taxes, or at minimum, please approve the proposed reductions. I thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Reed, I suspect. We are now back to Mr. Collins to finish us out. Thank you also, Mr. Hartman Reed, for your long business ownership and work in the community. Mr. Collins.
Yes, I'm back on. And thank you, Mr. Hartman. And thank you, Marguerite Reed. And I want to reiterate that we are the 2 major black cab companies in Arlington County. My father started his company in 1948 for the reason of because African Americans couldn't be born in Arlington, Virginia, and he transported them to Howard University Hospital. My grandfather started it, he gave it to my uncle, he gave it to my father, and I acquired it. I'm an engineer by trade. I heard the whole thing about you guys, about Comcast. I actually built a digital system in Alexandria and in Prince George's County. So I understand that. And I left that to come to do this for Arlington County. As Marguerite said, we used to make $12,000 a month at Friendly Cab Company. Within the last 9 months, we have made $1,000. We have lost 9 and possibly more because they won't communicate drivers within the last 9 months. I agree with the 50, but I would appreciate the if there was no fee. But I mean, the county has to make money, everybody has to make money. So I understand that. But my recommendation is to support everyone involved is that there should be, at least this year, no fee. I've worked with the county for years. My father's worked with the county for years. I've worked with Angie for years. And the board for years. And I've been a resident of Arlington County all my life. I went to Yorktown High School, I went to Williamsburg High School, or middle school. And it's just, it's discerning that we're going through this. And the bad part about this is that we have not, I'm sorry that I know I'm at 0, but we have not received any compensation from the state or the local jurisdiction. So I'm asking.
Thank you.
I know my time's up.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Collins and Mr. Hartman Reed and Ms. Marguerite Reed. Very much appreciate it. The discussion, thanks for the testimony. The discussion is now with the board. Open to colleagues if you have questions or concerns, or we can also certainly start with a motion if that's what you'd like to do. Why don't we start with Mr. Dorsey, if you have questions, and then Ms. Crystal, or if you want to go with a motion, either one.
If someone else wants to make the motion, I can ask my question once it's surfaced. It's fine.
Okay. Ms. Crystal, did you want to make the motion, and then we'll go from
there. I have a motion to be followed by a question, so I am a little concerned making the motion signal support. So maybe we could begin with questions, I suppose.
Thank you for the suggestions. Both of you have come together. And so start with Mr. Dorsey for questions and then Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe this question is for Ms. De La Barrera. Is there any flexibility that we would have as part of this action to change the date by which the certificate the certificate fee is due?
So my understanding is that the county manager has the authority not to suspend this. So I think there's plenty of flexibility based on that assumption that I have from attorney's office.
Got it. So we could adjust the fee. It could be what you've proposed. It could be zero. We would also have flexibility to change the date.
So my understanding, this might be a Steve McIsaac question, but it's either the advertised, and then I think the county manager could have authority not to charge based on the fact that he has authority not to suspend. And then the date is because he has the authority not to suspend, then we can wait to send the bills, if that's.
Thank you. I see Mr. McIsaac. One option, Mr. McIsaac, if you're trying to figure this, is we could go to other questions and come back if you prefer.
Well, I Mr. Chair, this is an emergency ordinance, which means it hasn't been advertised. You don't have a scope of advertisement question. You're basically able to just go change the ordinance, the existing taxi cab ordinance, the way you choose. So if you want to modify the fee down to zero or some other number, and if you want to change the payment due date, you can do that. I'm not sure I follow exactly what staff is suggesting about the manager's authority to suspend. I think what we're talking about here is that we're proposing to adopt this emergency ordinance and put it in the continuity of operations ordinance rather than the actual taxi cab ordinance, only so that it saves you the trouble of having to later, when the emergency is over and you repeal the continuity of operations ordinance, these changes would just go away then, as opposed to having to yet again amend the taxi cab ordinance. So as I said, I think the slate is clean. You can do whatever you want. We'll just advertise those changes for a, quote, permanent adoption at the February meeting.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac. Let's see if I think I understand that to be the case, that we could then, at the February meeting, make further changes if we wanted at that February meeting to the amount of the fee. Is that correct?
No,
that's not what I heard.
Actually, not. Yeah. No, I think that if you know what you want to do right now, you can go ahead and adopt it that way. I mean, right now you have the opportunity to adopt on an emergency basis, effective immediately, changes to the taxi cab ordinance. We have to do, those are, when you adopt something on an emergency basis, they're only good for 60 days. So you need to actually go through the regular process to amend an ordinance. But you know, so if you're unsure about what you want to advertise, you could advertise a range, but you know, the same rules that normally apply. But I think if you, whatever it is you want to have effective today, you have to state what it is.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying, Mr. McIsaac. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Dorsey, did you want to follow up, or you want to come back to you?
I'm working on something, so please, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Crystal?
Yeah, so I think this is going to be for Mr. McIsaac as well, although Ms. De La Barrera, if you happen to know, I'd love to invite you to the conversation as well. With other revenue sources in the county, the manager does not have any flexibility. In fact, I think we're limited even from adopting as a matter of policy flexibility to assess it differently, unless we have a separate, real estate tax relief program, for example. Is there, Mr. McIsaac or Ms. De La Barrera, in our taxi cab ordinance, anything that would give either the board, if we exercised it, or the manager, which would be even better, the flexibility to offer relief for companies in extenuating circumstances, such as near total loss of income, as has been described by the public speakers tonight?
So I'll start with the point that I was trying to make before, in that when I talked to our attorney's office, Kevin Black, he kind of had this in two. We can approach this in two ways. One is the way we're doing it right now, because we were going to put the $50. We were going to make a change from 150 to the 50 and waive the wheelchair. But if we wanted to go with a zero, a complete waive of all fees, what I understood from Kevin Black was that the county manager or designee had the authority not to suspend companies from not paying their fees.
I see.
Do you understand? So I do see. So basically, the county manager has the authority not to suspend the companies for not paying the fees.
Okay. I'm tracking that now. So I think I will say this. I think we have taxi cab companies in Arlington who are maybe in a position to pay these fees. And so if the solution, or if the problem we're trying to address is the one that has been so compellingly noted by our speakers tonight on behalf of Crown and Friendly, perhaps there are other ways within the authorities the manager has carved out within our taxi cab ordinance for him to work with them individually to do so. I don't want to go too much further down that line of questioning, but it seems like that there may be options for us to do that. And I hope that we can be in touch with Mr. Reed, Ms. Reed Gooden, and I'm so sorry, given the hour, I have forgotten the last name for other speaker. So there is perhaps an opportunity for our manager to follow up with them within the bounds of what the taxi cab ordinance allows for. Mr. McIsaac, would you correct that or no? I see you've appeared, which sometimes presages further comment.
As has Mr. Schwartz, too.
You're right. No, I think there is the manager's ability to not suspend based on failure to pay doesn't eliminate the obligation to pay. It just maybe postpones it. Okay. So that would remain an issue. But I do think that if what you're suggesting is sort of a means-based test for what the fee should be during the pendency of this emergency, I think that's something that we could consider. Sure. Okay. And I think that the challenge, I guess, is figuring out what the metrics are so you could actually adopt that as part of your continuity of operations ordinance. And it may be that we've just got to sort of kick this down the road while we figure that out and bring it back in February. But in the meantime, of course, the manager's not going to insist on anybody paying anything. So we could certainly explore that. I'm just not sure what exactly the metrics would be so that you could adopt something tonight. Yeah, I'm not sure. So you can't really adopt it right now, I'm afraid. That'd be the concern.
But is it possible that we might, for example, and I will stop after asking this question because I wonder if maybe Mr. Dorsey is working on something less unwieldy than where I am headed here. But, so the sort of combination of those two things, right? The suspension of, the decision to not suspend while we develop some sort of, and I hope it can be, relatively back of the envelope, right? Not a whole elaborate new means tested program, but some measures of, near total loss of income, like what's been described to us tonight. So there'll be no suspension of license for the period that it takes us to sort of develop that program, and then hopefully it can be developed relatively quickly and without a tremendous amount of work. And that would ultimately lead to the wiping clean of fees owed in 2021 for those who have suffered such total loss of income during the pandemic. is sort of where I'm headed. I don't know if actually either of those things would be incorporated into a motion tonight, right? We'd be asking the manager to exercise that discretion with regard to not suspending. And then in February or maybe March, when we meet again, could consider some new language. Does that all sound, it's a little unwieldy and there are no guarantees in there, but does that sound right?
Yes, it does. I think that I do not, I was sort of scrolling through the ordinance right now. I don't know that the ordinance already allows the manager to not suspend. So assuming it doesn't, then I think what you would do tonight is to amend on an emergency basis the continuity of operations ordinance to authorize the manager to the authority to suspend to not suspend certificates for failure to pay the annual certificate fee. I think that, and then we sort of keep the status quo in place until you come forward with these other amendments we're describing.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. McIsaac and Ms. Crystal. I think in this dialogue, Mr. Schwartz has appeared and then not appeared a couple of times. I didn't know, Mr. Manager, if you had any thoughts.
I just wanted to let you know I've been quite busy the last few months, and on my list of things to do when it comes to suspending licenses of taxi cab companies, it hasn't even made my list. So perhaps that's an exercise of administrative discretion on my part. I have no intention of doing that. I would appreciate if you need to clarify the fact that my being non-diligent is appropriate. I welcome that.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. So we're trying to move towards a resolution. I think it was Mr. Karantonis next, but Mr. Dorsey, I know you're working on something. Mr. Karantonis, did you have a question? Or
maybe Mr. Dorsey wants to try. I think that Mr. Dorsey sees exactly the same that we all see. There are 6 companies. 6 companies, out of which 4 are really small companies and 2 are really big companies. And that's where Mr. Dorsey wants to go, and I believe that we can discuss it.
Perhaps
get out of my head, Mr. Karantonis.
Mr. Dorsey, do you have thoughts or a motion?
I have 2 thoughts that just surface for consideration that are solutions which satisfy me. I don't know if they will necessarily satisfy staff, but one is to waive fees for all companies at 50 certificates or less. It seems to me to be a pretty sharp divide between, the companies, as Mr. Karantonis noted, real big ones, real small ones. 50 seems the right number to waive fees for. That's one option.
First 50.
Yes. The second option would be to adopt staff's recommendation, but to direct the manager, and this may sound familiar to you colleagues, to direct the manager to affirmatively allow anyone who cannot pay their fees right now to be able to pay them up to a year after the expiration of the emergency. So 2 options that I think could work and get us through reasonably quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis, did you have a reaction?
Yes, it's just a question. My thinking was parallel to Mr. Dorsey's thinking. My question is for Mr. McIsaac. As far as I understand that, Mr. Dorsey says, the companies smaller than 50 licenses would have a 0 fee. Would have a complete waiver, 100% waiver, and companies otherwise, bigger companies that have more than 50 licenses, they would pay a reduced fee. I was thinking of something else. Is that possible? Is it legally okay that we treat 2 different the 2 different companies in 2 different ways? Because, for obvious good reasons, but is it legally okay? Because I was thinking something else. The first 50 licenses to be, to be waived, and that would be across the board, and that would treat everybody the same. And I am also mindful of the fact that the proposal already gives a complete waiver for the wheelchair cars, which are owned and operated only by the bigger companies. So they have already this waiver in the mix. So that's my question. It's just what is legally a better way?
Okay, we have a question for Mr. McIsaac. We're working towards a solution. We got a lot of ideas out here. Go ahead, Mr. McIsaac. Is Mr. Karantonis, is it possible?
Yeah. I think either way you approach it, the way I understand that is that it's you're just saying that it's volume of certificates that enables the ability to pay, and so whether you make it essentially a zero fee for the first 50 certificates, or just waive the fees for anyone with less than 50 certificates or less, I think you're getting to the same end result.
Got it. Ms. Garvey?
I really like that. So I don't know if somebody else wants to make a motion, but I'd really like to move the manager's recommendation for companies that have over 50 certificates, and to waive the fee for the next year for companies under 50. Is that possible to do? And I would like to say I really like the concentration on wheelchair accessible cabs, because that is something we're going to have to be dealing with moving forward, because there are people who really depend on those cabs, and it's getting harder and harder to keep them, on the street and available. So is that all right? The manager's recommendation for companies larger than 50 certificates, and waiving the fees completely for less than 50. Does that work, Mr. McIsaac?
I think it should.
Yes, it does. I think it may be easier to just say that there is a zero fee for the first 50 certificates. Okay. And then it's $50 for all certificates after that. And then, of course, for handicap accessible, it's also a zero fee.
Okay, great. Yeah. I'd love to move that, or have somebody move it.
Sure. So let's see. Is that sufficient for a motion? I think maybe it's worth just making sure we've got it. There's a zero fee for companies that have 50 or less certificates. There's zero fee for wheelchair cabs, and we moved the manager's recommendation of a reduction to $50 for all other certificates.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Is there any discussion? Please no. I mean, go ahead. Seriously, if there's discussion, go ahead. But Mr. Dorsey, you have your hand up.
Pleased to support it. I just actually wanted to speak to another dimension of this. I just want to note what a treat it was to hear from Mr. Collins and the Reeds. I have heard legends and stories about Friendly and Crown through the years, and to actually have principals associated with those companies that have meant so much to Arlington's Black communities was a real treat. I'm just sorry that it is circumstances of seeing the businesses devastated that brings them to our attention. And just existentially, it is it's devastating to see what's happening to the taxi industry. It's like switchboard operators of the past. It's an industry that is being driven into obsolescence, and COVID has hastened that decline. I'm just hoping against hope that somehow there's some resilience in here for these business owners who have meant so much to keeping communities connected through the decades. So thanks.
Well said. Thank you. And is there any other comments?
I had a question for staff along those lines, because I was going to either before or after, but so Mr. Manager, can our BizLaunch or whether it reach out to these companies to see if there's anything that we can do to help them get through the next months besides what we're doing here?
Yeah, I absolutely. I'll follow up. I don't know whether they already have a relationship with them, but we will make a point of following up.
That'd be great. Just wanted to check that. Thank you.
Yes, they do. Actually, I've put them in contact with AD, all the programs, the information about the state, the federal, the local. I know, like Daryl Collins said, they've applied and they didn't get any. So they've been aware of those things.
Okay, maybe we'll get some more to apply for.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. I'll be really brief. I don't think I could say it any better than Mr. Dorsey did. It's really very compelling. I just wanted to add and to put a finer point too on Ms. Garvey's comments about the wheelchair accessibility. Thank you to Ms. De La Barrera and our transportation team, I know, who are probably involved in seeing this as a way, a small way perhaps, to incent the number or keeping those vehicles on the street. As I think my colleagues might know, but anybody who's still with us watching may not, we actually, as Arlington County, rely on these taxi cab providers as part of our paratransit network during off-peak hours. And so, I've had the opportunity to talk with a lot of our paratransit users about some of the repeated problems they've encountered over the years and the lack of having those vehicles available to them can lead to long wait times, et cetera. So I don't want to be overly optimistic that this would be a lever that could lead to many more wheelchair accessible vehicles on the streets, but to the extent it preserves the accessible vehicles in the fleet, I think it's worth doing, and I know that we'll be challenged to find more ways in the future to ensure accessibility for wheelchair users in our community in the years to come. But a special recognition and thank you to Ms. De La Barrera for recognizing this as potentially one lever to help incent or pursue that.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Mr. Karantonis.
Just short, Mr. Chair, as Mr. Crystal said, there's also another critical reason why we should be very careful and supportive of the small fleet of vehicles. We will need them to get our citizens residents with special needs to health appointments again, or vaccination appointments again. They will be a critical part of a very, very important infrastructure very, very soon.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Earlier this week, got the pleasure of talking with Ms. De La Barrera and hearing Mr. Collins and Mr. Reed. Sometimes you get government listens and changes and does something because of what we hear, and sometimes you do something good, and this is, in my view, an opportunity to do that. And so with that, I'll conclude, call for a vote. I'll do by name as we have done. Mrs. Crystal.
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Mr. McIsaac and Mr. Schwartz, for tolerating a little bit of discussion on the dais, so to speak. So we will go next. We do have two more items. They're brief, I believe. Are there additional items, Madam Clerk, to come before the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have the board has consideration of contract renewals for county manager, county attorney, clerk to the county board, and the county auditor. And you also have another item related to Park Arlington.
Yes, thank you. So with respect to the first item, I will certainly entertain motions. I'm happy to just briefly offer it if colleagues aren't quite there. I'll go ahead and offer that as identified in the staff, in the listed contracts on your agenda, we approve the contract renewal for the county manager, county attorney, clerk to the county board, and the county auditor. And that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Dorsey. We'll call the roll. Mr. Dorsey.
Aye.
Ms. Crystal.
Aye.
Ms. Garvey.
Aye.
Mr. Karantonis.
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. That motion passes 5-0. The contracts for our direct reports are renewed. We do have one more item, I think, to come before the board. It is related to an item that we discussed in closed session, and I will go ahead and move that one and look for a second. I move that we exercise the option to purchase the parcel of land located at Park Shirlington Apartments and identified as Arlington County Real Property Code number 2901-8003 with buildings and improvements thereon containing 105 residential apartment units from Standard Foundation Park Shirlington LLC pursuant to the county option agreement and memorandum of option agreement and associated first amendments, and authorize the county manager to execute a letter in a form approved by the county attorney providing notice of the county's exercise of its option to purchase, and that we allocate $540,000 of FY 2021 Affordable Housing Investment Fund to enable the county board to make a non-refundable deposit to Standard Foundation Park Shirlington LLC to exercise the county option to purchase. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. I'll call the roll. Mr. Carantonis?
Aye.
Ms. Crystal?
Aye.
Mr. Dorsey?
Aye.
Ms. Garvey?
Aye.
And Mr. DeFerranti votes aye as well. The motion passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, are there any other items to come before the board?
No, there is not.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we are adjourned. I will use my makeshift stapler to adjourn us. Thanks very much, everyone.
Get this
We're
man
going to get you a
gavel.
good gavel.
I will, I promise, for next month.
We have to call for a crown card to get you a gavel.
We could. Thanks, everyone.
I may drive it and deliver it. I usually should hand it off. I may just deliver it. Thank you, everybody. Stay well.